Somewhere on the Savanna 300,000 years ago, a group lies down for the night within arm's reach of one another. A man who is not her husband sleeps an arm's length from a woman who is not his sister. A child sleeps pressed against the back of an old man who shares no blood with her at all. None of them lock a door. None of them post a single unsleeping guard who never closes his eyes. And yet, within minutes, all of them slip past the thin border of wakefulness into the deepest, most undefended hours a body can know, surrounded by people whose only real claim on each other is proximity, memory, and trust. No other animal does this so completely. A lion sleeping beside another lion still keeps one ear angled toward the wind. A bird roosting in a flock still wakes at the smallest shift in branch weight. Even other primates, our closest living relatives, sleep lightly and briefly when surrounded by their troop, rising and resettling through the night, never quite letting go. Humans alone, among all the creatures that share this planet, learn to surrender almost entirely, hour after hour beside individuals who are, biologically speaking, still strangers to their nervous system. Tonight is a story about how that became possible. Not through strength, not through claws or speed, but through something far stranger and far older than any weapon, the slow, accumulated invention of trust itself, built fire by fire, circle by circle, breath by breath, until a species made of soft, slow, defenseless bodies became the only one on Earth that could close its eyes beside people it had not always known. If you enjoy listening to sleepy prehistoric dinosaur stories like this, subscribe. I post stories like this weekly. Sleep, for almost every animal that has ever lived, is the most dangerous thing it does. It is the one stretch of existence in which a creature cannot run, cannot fight, cannot fully sense the world closing in around it. For most of the history of life on Earth, evolution treated unconsciousness as a debt that had to be repaid in caution. Fish drift into a dim half-sleep with one eye still tracking movement. Deer rarely lie down for more than a few minutes before lifting their heads again. Birds learn to switch off only one half of their brain at a time, so that one eye always remains open, watching, while the other half rests in darkness. Humans broke that rule, not quickly and not easily, but somewhere across hundreds of thousands of years on the open grasslands and rocky shelters of an unforgiving world, our ancestors found a way to do something almost no other large mammal manages, to fall into long, deep, undefended sleep, night after night, beside individuals who were not their immediate kin. They did it surrounded by people who could have hurt them and chose not to, beside fires that could have gone out and somehow didn't, inside groups that could have splintered apart in the dark and instead, for reasons we are only beginning to understand, held together until morning. This is the story of how that trust was built. It begins in danger, in the long, vulnerable hours before fire, before shelter, before the first circle of bodies learn to lie down together. It moves slowly through the invention of the hearth, through the architecture of the earliest camps, through the quiet biological machinery of oxytocin and breath and warmth that taught the human nervous system, generation after generation, that it was safe to let go. And it ends gently in the present, in your own body tonight, inheriting an ancient and almost miraculous capacity that took a very long time to earn. Let yourself settle now into whatever surface is holding you. Let your shoulders soften the way shoulders have softened beside firelight for longer than memory can reach. There is nothing to solve here, nothing to hold on to, just an old story, told slowly, about how your kind learned to sleep. To understand why human sleep is so strange, it helps to first understand what sleep actually costs. Every animal that sleeps is, for that stretch of time, choosing to stop paying attention to the thing that is most likely to kill it. Muscles loosen, reaction time collapses. The senses that once scanned constantly for danger dim down to a fraction of their daytime strength. In purely mechanical terms, a sleeping body is a body that has agreed, temporarily, to stop defending itself. No predator pauses out of courtesy for this. No accident waits politely for a creature to wake before arriving. And yet sleep is not optional. It is not a luxury that evolution simply allows certain species to skip when conditions turn dangerous. Every studied animal with a nervous system complex enough to need rest does, in fact, rest, even when resting is costly. Even insects show something resembling sleep, periods of reduced responsiveness that follow predictable rhythms. The pressure to sleep builds with a kind of biological insistence that overrides almost everything else, because the brain, it turns out, cannot simply keep running forever. Something inside it needs the lights to go down regularly in order to keep functioning at all. This creates what biologists sometimes call the sleep paradox. An activity that is metabolically necessary is also, at the very same time, dangerous in nearly every environment that matters. A sleeping gazelle on an open plain is a gazelle that cannot smell the approaching cat, cannot see the grass bending the wrong way, cannot bolt until the danger is already very close. A sleeping fish in shallow water cannot dart from the shadow falling over the reef. Sleep, across the animal kingdom, is the great unsolved tension between a body's need to recover and a body's need to survive the night in which that recovery happens. Different lineages solved this tension in different ways, and the solutions tell you a great deal about how each species understood the world around it. Many animals chose brevity. They sleep in short, broken bursts rather than long stretches, never staying unconscious long enough for a predator's patience to be rewarded. Others chose location, retreating to burrows, crevices, or high branches, where the risk of approach is naturally reduced before sleep even begins. Still others chose company, surrounding themselves with enough bodies that the odds of any single individual being caught while unconscious dropped low enough to be worth the gamble. What almost no animal chose, anywhere on the evolutionary tree, was full unconsciousness, beside individuals it had not grown up with. Sleep, across nearly every species that practices it socially, remains tethered to kinship. Wolves rest in dens built from family lines. Elephants sleep standing in herds bound by generations of matriarchal memory. Even chimpanzees, who build elaborate sleeping nests each night high in the forest canopy, choose those nests alone or alongside close, known companions, rarely if ever resting deeply beside an unfamiliar member of another troop. There is a simple, almost brutal logic behind this caution. In the deep evolutionary past, an unfamiliar individual was an unknown variable, and unknown variables, in a world without language, without shared history, without any way to verify intention, were treated as threats by default. Trust had to be earned slowly, through years of proximity, of shared grooming, of mutual feeding, before a nervous system would allow itself to power down beside another body. The cost of guessing wrong, of sleeping beside a stranger who turned out to be dangerous, was simply too high to risk casually. Human beings inherited every part of this ancient caution. Strip away language, strip away culture, strip away the comforts of modern shelter, and the human nervous system underneath behaves remarkably like that of any other vulnerable mammal. The amygdala still floods with alertness at unfamiliar movement in darkness. The heart still races at the sound of an unidentified footstep. Cortisol, the hormone of vigilance, still rises automatically whenever the environment feels uncertain. None of that ancient wiring disappeared. It simply learned, somewhere along the long road of human evolution, to be overridden. That override is the heart of tonight's story, and it did not happen quickly. It did not happen through a single invention or a single decision. It accumulated across hundreds of thousands of years, shaped by a series of pressures that pushed early hominins toward larger and larger groups, sleeping in closer and closer proximity, until eventually something remarkable occurred. The species began to trust, by default, individuals it had not personally vetted, simply because they belonged to the same firelit circle. This was not weakness. It was, in evolutionary terms, one of the strangest and most powerful innovations our lineage ever produced. To appreciate how strange it really is, it helps to imagine the alternative path, the one nearly every other species took instead. Picture a world where sleep remained forever tethered to bloodline, where every band of early humans slept only beside their own immediate relatives, distrustful of anyone outside that narrow circle, waking at every footstep that did not belong to kin. In that world, cooperation between groups would have remained almost impossible. Trade could not have spread. Knowledge could not have moved easily between bands. The deep, slow work of building larger and larger cooperative societies would have stalled at the edge of every unfamiliar campfire. Instead, something in the human lineage began to loosen that ancient rule. Slowly, generation after generation, sleeping circles widened. strangers who proved themselves reliable during the day were permitted eventually to lie down within the same ring of warmth at night. The nervous system, shaped by repeated safe nights beside unfamiliar bodies, began to recalibrate what counted as kin. Trust, in other words, became learnable in real time, not only inherited through blood, and that single shift may be one of the quiet hinges on which much of later human cooperation eventually turned. None of this happened consciously. No early human sat beside a fire and decided deliberately to expand the circle of who could be trusted in sleep. The shift was slower and more biological than that, written gradually into hormones, into brain chemistry, into the subtle signals a body learns to read as safe across a lifetime of repeated exposure, and it required, before any of it could begin, two things that most other animals never had access to at all: a way to neutralize the greatest predators of the night, and a way to share warmth and watchfulness across a group large enough to make rest worth the risk. Those two requirements, fire and company, form the backbone of everything that follows in this story. Without them, the vulnerability written into sleep simply could not be answered. The body would have remained as cautious, as guarded, as quick to startle as any other mammal facing the dark alone. But early humans found a way to answer that vulnerability, not by eliminating danger entirely, but by spreading it across enough trusted bodies and enough watchful light that, for the first time in the long history of life on Earth, full surrender to unconsciousness became survivable beside people who were not, strictly speaking, family at all. Before any of that can be understood, though, it helps to look more closely at how other animals manage the danger of sleep even now, in the present, all around us. Their strategies, refined across millions of years, form a kind of contrast against which the human solution stands out with unusual clarity. Watching how a bird sleeps with one eye open, how a dolphin rests half its brain at a time, how a herd of antelope takes turns standing watch through the night, reveals just how unusual it is that a human campsite full of unrelated bodies breathing slowly in the dark manages to rest at all. There is also a deeper question worth sitting with here, one that researchers studying the evolution of sleep itself have wrestled with for decades. Why does sleep exist at all, given how dangerous it clearly is? The honest answer is that no single, fully agreed upon explanation exists. Some researchers point toward the brain's need to clear metabolic waste products that accumulate during waking hours, a kind of nightly housekeeping that cannot apparently be performed while the brain remains fully active. Others point toward memory consolidation, the quiet internal process of sorting and strengthening the day's experiences into lasting form. Still others suspect energy conservation plays a larger role than commonly assumed. The simple metabolic savings of reduced activity during hours when foraging or hunting would have been difficult anyway. Whatever the precise mixture of causes, the fact remains that sleep was never optional, and that fact alone forced every sleeping lineage on Earth into the same fundamental negotiation between rest and risk. It is worth imagining for a moment just how many individual creatures across the long history of life on this planet were lost specifically during sleep, caught unaware in the one stretch of existence when their senses were dimmed and their bodies were slow to respond. Each one of those losses, multiplied across countless species and countless generations, exerted a quiet, constant selective pressure, shaping sleep itself into whatever form best balanced the competing demands of recovery and survival. This pressure did not disappear once a lineage found a workable solution. It continued shaping that solution further, refining it generation after generation, because even a workable strategy could often be made slightly safer still. This is why unihemispheric sleep in birds and dolphins is not a crude all-or-nothing toggle, but a finely tuned system, capable of adjusting how much of the brain rests and for how long, depending on the specific level of danger present in a given moment. A bird resting at the edge of a flock, more exposed than birds at the centre, will often show measurably more one-sided brain activity than a bird tucked safely into the group's interior, the body adjusting its own vigilance in real time according to its precise position relative to risk. Sleep researchers studying this phenomenon in ducks found something particularly striking. Birds positioned at the vulnerable edges of a resting group oriented their single open eye consistently outward, away from the group and toward the open space where danger was most likely to approach, while birds safely nestled in the centre showed far more balanced, symmetrical brain activity, sleeping with both hemispheres closer to equally rested. The birds, in other words, were not simply sleeping less at the edges. They were sleeping differently, recalibrating the depth and symmetry of their own unconsciousness, according to their precise read of the surrounding social and spatial safety. This kind of fine-grained adjustment offers an important clue for understanding the deeper logic running beneath this entire story. Sleep, across the animal kingdom, is never simply present or absent, safe or unsafe, in a crude binary sense. It exists along a continuous, finely adjustable spectrum, calibrated moment by moment according to an animal's best available read of its surrounding circumstances. And if that is true even for birds resting briefly at the edge of a flock, it suggests that the deep, sustained, undefended sleep eventually achieved by early human bands was not simply granted all at once by a single invention like fire. It had to be earned, gradually, calibration by calibration, exactly the way the rest of this story will trace it. There is one more piece of comparative biology worth including here before moving forward, because it sharpens the contrast this chapter has been building toward. Consider the platypus, an unusual mammal that, despite spending considerable time foraging underwater where predation risk is genuinely present, manages to achieve some of the longest recorded REM sleep durations of any studied animal once safely back within its burrow. This finding initially puzzled researchers, until closer study revealed that platypus burrows are remarkably secure, narrow, well-concealed tunnels that few predators can easily access, effectively functioning as a kind of natural fortress that allows the animal to set aside vigilance almost entirely once inside. The platypus example reinforces something essential to everything that follows in this story. Deep, vulnerable sleep stages are not inherently impossible for any given species, but they remain reliably accessible only once an animal has secured, through whatever means available to it, a genuinely safe enclosed environment. For the platypus, that security came from burrow architecture alone, requiring no social cooperation, no shared trust between unrelated individuals, simply a well-built tunnel and solitary occupancy. Early humans, lacking any comparable natural digging ability or any equivalent solitary refuge sturdy enough to exclude every relevant predator, were left facing a problem the platypus never had to solve. The problem of constructing safety not through architecture alone, but through the far more complex, far more socially demanding architecture of trust between multiple separate conscious minds. Far out over open ocean, where land has not been visible for hours and the nearest shelter is the surface of the water itself, frigate birds sleep while flying. Researchers tracking these enormous soaring seabirds discovered something that seemed, at first, almost impossible. The birds were entering brief bursts of sleep mid-flight, sometimes only one hemisphere of the brain at a time, sometimes both together for a few seconds at most, gliding on rising air currents that required little active steering. One eye stayed open, watching the sky and the horizon, even as the opposite half of the brain dimmed into something resembling rest. The bird, in effect, never fully left the world long enough to be caught off guard by it. This strategy, known as unihemispheric sleep, appears across a surprising range of species facing the same fundamental problem from different angles. Dolphins and other marine mammals use it constantly, resting one half of the brain while the other remains alert enough to surface for breath and scan for predators. A pod of dolphins sleeping at night often drifts in loose formation near the surface, eyes half open, bodies gently rising and falling, never collectively unconscious all at once. The ocean offers no branches to hide in, no burrow to retreat to, and so the brain itself had to be divided in order to make rest possible at all. Migratory birds use a related trick during the long, punishing flights that carry them across entire hemispheres without landing. Some species can apparently sleep in flight for only seconds at a time. Thousands of these micronaps stitched together across a single night, the bird's body holding its course on instinct and wind sense, while its brain cycles rapidly between alertness and the barest edge of rest. It is not deep sleep in any sense a human would recognize. It is closer to borrowing rest in the smallest possible installments, never enough at once to become vulnerable, never absent long enough to let exhaustion fully catch up. Herd animals on open grassland chose an entirely different answer to the same problem, one built not around dividing the brain but around dividing responsibility across many bodies. A herd of impala or wildebeest resting in open country rarely lies down all at once. Some individuals remain standing, heads up, ears swiveling toward the grass line, while others fold their legs beneath them and drop into brief, shallow rest. After a period of minutes, the roles shift. The watchers become the resters. The resters rise and take up the watch. Across the group as a whole, vigilance never fully disappears, even though any single animal spends very little time in unbroken sleep. Meerkats, small and exposed on the open plains of southern Africa, refined this rotational watching into something close to a formal institution. Within a meerkat colony, a designated sentry regularly climbs to a raised vantage point, often a termite mound or a low rise in the ground, and stands upright, scanning the sky and horizon while the rest of the group forages or rests nearby. The sentry's posture is unmistakable, a small body held rigid and alert against the surrounding stillness. After a stretch of time, that individual is relieved by another, and the watch continues, passed from body to body like a baton that is never set down. Even animals that sleep in apparent safety, tucked into burrows or hollows below ground, rarely achieve anything resembling the depth and duration of human sleep. Many rodents drift through dozens of brief sleep episodes, scattered across a 24-hour period, rising frequently to check the entrance of the burrow, to listen, to reassure themselves that the world outside remains undisturbed. The total hours spent unconscious may rival or exceed a human's nightly total, but the sleep itself is fragmented into pieces too small and too shallow to ever fully release the animal's guard. Among primates, our nearest living relatives offer perhaps the clearest mirror against which to measure how unusual human sleep truly is. Chimpanzees build a fresh sleeping nest nearly every single night, weaving branches and leaves high in the forest canopy into a platform soft enough to cushion the body and high enough to discourage ground predators. The construction itself takes real effort and real skill, refined across a lifetime of practice, and even once built, the nest does not guarantee anything like full human rest. Chimpanzees wake repeatedly through the night, shifting position, listening, occasionally calling out into the darkness to confirm the location of others in their group. Gorillas, heavier and less able to rely on flimsy upper branches, build their nests closer to the ground or directly upon it, surrounded by the rest of their troop in a loose cluster that still leaves a great deal of space between individuals. Sleep researchers studying wild primate groups have repeatedly found the same underlying pattern. Even within a closely bonded troop, deep uninterrupted sleep beside another body, especially an unrelated body, remains rare. Proximity offers some comfort, some reduction in baseline anxiety, but it rarely produces the kind of total surrender that a human sleeping circle can achieve. Bats, sleeping upside down in caves, sometimes numbering in the millions, might at first seem like the closest animal parallel to human group sleep, given the sheer density of bodies packed into a single roosting space. But careful observation reveals the same underlying caution at work. Individual bats wake frequently, shift position within the cluster, and remain sensitive to disturbances at the cave's edges where predators most often enter. The crowd offers a kind of statistical safety, diluting individual risk across enormous numbers rather than the deep interpersonal trust that defines a human camp. What nearly every one of these strategies shares is a refusal to fully let go, whether through dividing the brain, rotating the watch, fragmenting sleep into pieces, or simply relying on overwhelming numbers to dilute individual risk. Almost every social or exposed animal on Earth has found a way to rest without ever entirely surrendering its guard. The deep, unbroken, multi-hour unconsciousness that defines a typical human night, especially one spent surrounded by individuals outside one's immediate family, remains startlingly rare across the rest of the animal kingdom. There are, of course, partial exceptions, animals that achieve something closer to full rest under very particular conditions. Lions, secure in their position near the top of the food chain across much of their range, can afford to sleep deeply and for long stretches, sometimes 16 or more hours in a single day, sprawled together in loose overlapping piles within a pride. But even this exception underscores the larger pattern, rather than contradicting it. Lions can sleep so completely largely because almost nothing on the savanna is willing to challenge them while they do. Their safety comes from dominance, not from trust extended toward unfamiliar individuals. Humans, by contrast, achieved something closer to lion-like depth of sleep, without ever achieving lion-like dominance. Early hominins were not apex predators in any meaningful sense. They were slow, clawless, fangless, and physically unimpressive against nearly every serious threat that shared their environment. By every reasonable measure of raw physical power, our ancestors should have remained locked into the same shallow, fragmented, hyper-vigilant sleep that defines nearly every other vulnerable mammal on the savanna. Instead, somewhere across the long arc of human evolution, something else happened, something that allowed a fundamentally weak and exposed species to begin sleeping like a creature that had nothing left to fear. That something was not strength. It was not speed, nor claws, nor any of the traditional answers evolution usually reaches for when a species needs to survive the night. It was, instead, a set of social and technological inventions so quiet and so gradual that no single moment marks their arrival in the fossil record. And the first and most important of those inventions, the one that made nearly everything else possible, was the slow, patient mastery of a force that no other animal on Earth had ever learned to keep burning through the dark on purpose. It is worth noting that even the partial exceptions found throughout the animal kingdom, the lions sprawled in loose, overlapping piles, the seals hauled out on isolated beaches far from major predators, tend to share one quiet commonality. Their depth of rest is purchased through some form of dominance or isolation, rather than through trust extended toward unfamiliar individuals. A pride of lions rests deeply because almost nothing nearby is willing to challenge them, not because each lion has carefully built a relationship of mutual reliability with every other lion sharing the shade. Remove that dominance, place the same lions in genuinely contested territory, surrounded by rival prides, and their sleep depth changes measurably, becoming lighter and more fragmented almost immediately. Seals offer a related case worth considering closely. Many seal species haul out onto beaches in enormous numbers, specifically because that sheer density of bodies statistically dilutes the risk to any single individual, a strategy sometimes called the selfish herd effect, where each animal benefits from the presence of others, mainly by increasing the odds that a predator, if one arrives, will target someone else first. This is a numbers strategy, not a trust strategy. Individual seals within these colonies show little evidence of forming the kind of deep, particular, individually recognized bonds that would allow one specific seal to feel measurably safer beside one specific neighbor compared to any other. Human sleeping circles, by contrast, appear to function through something closer to genuine particular trust, rather than simple statistical dilution. Early human bands were rarely large enough for the selfish herd effect alone to provide meaningful protection, often numbering only a few dozen individuals at most, far short of the hundreds or thousands of animals that make herd dilution strategies statistically effective for species like wildebeest or certain seabird colonies. If safety in early human camps depended only on raw numbers, it would have offered comparatively little protection. The safety instead appears to have depended on something qualitatively different, a deliberate cultivated familiarity between particular known individuals. This distinction matters enormously for understanding what makes the human story genuinely unusual rather than simply a variation on existing animal strategies. Selfish herd dilution can emerge from sheer accident of proximity, animals gathering near a good food source or a safe beach without any particular relationship between them. Genuine trust-based safety, the kind that allowed comparatively small human bands of only a few dozen individuals to achieve deep, sustained rest, despite their modest numbers, required something far more deliberate, an active, ongoing social process of building and maintaining particular bonds between particular people, refined and reinforced night after night around a particular shared fire. It is worth briefly considering elephants here as well, since their sleep patterns offer yet another instructive variation on the broader theme this chapter has explored. Wild elephants, despite their formidable size and limited natural predators once reaching adulthood, sleep remarkably little compared to most other mammals, often only 2 to 4 hours per day, much of it spent standing rather than lying down. Researchers studying wild elephant herds have proposed that this unusually brief sleep duration likely reflects the considerable time and energy elephants must devote to feeding, given their enormous size and correspondingly enormous caloric needs, alongside genuine, persistent vigilance against threats to vulnerable young calves within the herd, even among adults whose own size affords them considerable personal safety. This elephant example reinforces an important principle worth carrying forward into the rest of this story. Even species that achieve impressive levels of group cohesion and apparent safety in numbers do not automatically default to long, luxurious sleep simply because some baseline threat has been addressed. Sleep duration and depth across the animal kingdom appear to be shaped by an intricate balancing of multiple simultaneous pressures, predation risk certainly, but also caloric demands, offspring vulnerability, and the practical time costs of whatever other activities a given lifestyle requires. Early human ancestors, balancing their own complex mixture of foraging demands, offspring care and predation risk, would have faced an equally intricate calculation, one that fire and trust-based proximity helped resolve, but did not resolve in isolation from these other pressing biological demands. Long before fire, long before language, the earliest ancestors of the human lineage slept the way most primates still do today, lifted off the ground entirely. Trees offered a kind of safety arithmetic that made intuitive sense in a world full of large, ground-bound predators. A leopard could climb, certainly, but with effort and risk. A lion could not climb at all. A hyena, a wild dog, the great cats that prowled the African landscape across millions of years, all of them found the canopy a far less hospitable hunting ground than the open forest floor below. Height itself became a form of defense, purchased not through strength, but through simple geometry. Fossil evidence from the hands and feet of early hominins tells part of this story with unusual clarity. Curved finger bones, strong grasping toes, shoulder joints built for reaching overhead, all point toward a body still well adapted for climbing and for spending significant time above the ground. Even as bipedal walking became more pronounced in certain lineages, the architecture for tree life lingered for a remarkably long stretch of evolutionary time, suggesting that nights spent aloft, nestled into branches the way chimpanzees still do, remained part of hominin life for far longer than popular imagination usually assumes. But the canopy came with real costs. Tree sleeping limits how many individuals can rest comfortably in close proximity. A single sturdy branch system can support a nest or two, perhaps a small handful of bodies pressed closely together, but not the large, sprawling groups that later human camps would eventually accommodate. Communication between separated sleeping nests, scattered across different trees or different branches of the same tree, would have remained difficult in the dark, each individual or small family essentially isolated within its own pocket of canopy until morning light returned. There is also the simple discomfort of it, the kind of discomfort that leaves traces in the body over a lifetime. Sleeping wedged into branches, even on carefully constructed nests, places real strain on joints and muscles, particularly as a lineage's body plan shifted gradually away from the specialized climbing anatomy of earlier ancestors and towards something more suited for walking long distances across open ground. A body built increasingly for striding across savanna terrain was, by simple mechanical logic, becoming less and less well suited for an arboreal night spent twisted among branches far above the earth. Somewhere across this long transition, a pressure began to build that would eventually push hominins toward the ground for sleep as well as for daytime movement. The landscape itself was changing too. Across large stretches of eastern and southern Africa, ancient forests were gradually giving way to more open woodland and grassland mosaics, climate shifts unfolding across hundreds of thousands of years that thinned the dense canopy many earlier hominins had relied upon. Fewer continuous forests meant fewer reliable trees positioned exactly where a tired group needed to stop for the night. Ground sleeping, when it eventually became more common, solved certain problems even as it created entirely new ones. A group resting together on open or semi-open ground could finally cluster as many bodies close together as the terrain allowed, sharing warmth, sharing the comfort of nearby breathing, sharing whatever minimal sense of safety numbers alone could provide. But the ground also placed every sleeping body within easy reach of exactly the predators that the canopy had once held at bay. A leopard that struggled to navigate a precarious branch could walk directly into the middle of a ground camp with comparative ease. This trade-off, more bodies for more exposure, could not have been resolved by numbers alone. A larger group resting together on open ground without any other form of protection would simply have presented a larger, more attractive target, not a safer one. Something else had to change in order to make the ground a survivable place to sleep something that could neutralize the advantage predators gained from approaching a defenseless cluster of bodies under open sky. That missing piece would not arrive quickly, and its absence likely kept many early hominin groups returning to trees, caves, and rocky overhangs for shelter long after bipedal walking had become their primary way of moving through the world. Caves and rock shelters offered a partial answer in the meantime, and the archaeological record preserves clear evidence that early hominins made extensive use of them. A shallow overhang or a deep limestone cave reduced the directions from which a predator could approach, concentrating the danger into a single entrance that could, at least in principle, be watched and defended more easily than an open campsite exposed on every side. Sediment layers in caves across Africa and Eurasia, packed with ash, bone fragments, and stone tools, show repeated, sustained use of particular shelters across many generations, evidence of groups returning again and again to spaces that had proven, through hard experience, to be survivable through the night. Yet caves alone could not solve the deeper problem this story is built around, the problem of trust between unrelated bodies resting in close proximity. A cave reduces the directions from which danger can arrive from outside the group, but it does nothing at all to address the danger, real or perceived, that might exist between members of the group itself. Sleeping deeply beside an unfamiliar individual inside a sheltered cave still required the same fundamental leap of biological faith that sleeping beside a stranger on open ground would have required. Geography could narrow the threat. It could not by itself build trust. What began to shift the equation, gradually and then with increasing speed across the archaeological record, was the appearance of controlled fire at sleeping sites. The earliest convincing evidence for habitual fire use, hearths with repeated burning, ash layers built up over time rather than scattered remains of a single accidental blaze, begins appearing at certain sites roughly 1 million years ago, with much stronger and more widespread evidence accumulating from around 400,000 years onward. Once fire could be reliably kept burning through the night at a chosen sleeping location, the ancient calculation that had pushed hominins into trees for millions of years began, for the first time, to change in a fundamental way. Fire did something no tree, no cave, no rocky overhang could do on its own. It actively pushed danger away from the sleeping group, rather than simply reducing the directions from which danger could arrive. Large predators, almost universally, show a deep and apparently innate aversion to open flame, a caution built into their own nervous systems across millions of years of encountering fire as an unpredictable and uncontrollable danger in the wild. A circle of firelight, maintained through the night, effectively expanded the safe radius around a sleeping group far beyond what their own bodies and senses could have defended alone. This was not a single dramatic invention, arriving all at once like a thunderclap of insight. The relationship between early hominins and fire almost certainly developed slowly, beginning with the opportunistic use of natural fires sparked by lightning strikes, scavenged and tended for as long as fuel and patience allowed, long before any group learned to create flame on demand. Archaeological sites suggest a long, uneven period during which fire use was occasional, dependent on circumstance, vulnerable to being lost entirely if a flame went out and could not be relit. The habitual, reliable mastery of fire that would eventually transform sleep itself took an enormous stretch of evolutionary time to fully take hold. But once it did take hold, even imperfectly, even unreliably at first, it changed the fundamental terms of the ancient sleep paradox in a way that no other strategy available to early hominins had managed before. For the very first time, a vulnerable, slow-moving, physically unimpressive primate found a way to push the night's greatest dangers back far enough from the sleeping circle that something resembling deep, sustained rest became possible. Not because the predators outside the firelight had changed, but because the space immediately around the sleeping group finally had. It is worth pausing here to consider just how long this transitional period likely lasted, and how uneven it probably was across different hominin populations scattered across an enormous and varied landscape. Some groups, living in regions with abundant natural fire sources, frequent lightning strikes, or volcanic activity providing regular embers to scavenge and tend, likely gained reliable access to fire considerably earlier than groups living in regions where natural fire was rarer or harder to sustain. This unevenness means that, for a long stretch of human prehistory, different bands across different parts of the world were likely living through very different versions of the night, some already enjoying the protective benefits of a maintained hearth, others still relying primarily on caves, cliffs, and trees, exactly as their more distant ancestors had. Archaeological sites preserving fire evidence from this transitional period often show a telling pattern: hearths that appear and then disappear from the record at a given location, only to reappear again after a gap, sometimes a substantial one. This intermittency likely reflects the genuine fragility of firekeeping technology during this early period. A flame lost through carelessness, through a sudden storm, through a period when the group's attention was forced elsewhere by more urgent survival pressures, and not always immediately or successfully relit. Each lost fire would have meant, at least temporarily, a return to the older, more vigilant, more exhausting pattern of sleep that had defined hominin life for the vast majority of its history up to that point. This fragility may help explain why the archaeological record shows fire use becoming gradually more consistent and more widespread only very slowly, rather than spreading rapidly the moment its benefits became apparent. Unlike a tool, which once invented can simply be carried and replicated, fire required ongoing active maintenance, a skill that had to be practiced, taught, and successfully passed down without interruption across generations in order to remain reliable. A group that lost its firekeeping knowledge, whether through the death of skilled individuals or through a period of prolonged disruption, would have had to essentially relearn or reacquire the capability from elsewhere, a process that likely took real time and real effort, even once the basic concept was well understood. Despite this slow and uneven spread, the long-term trajectory is unmistakable in the archaeological record. Sites grow increasingly common over time, in which fire use appears not as an occasional, opportunistic event, but as a sustained, central feature of daily and nightly life, hearths maintained across many years of repeated occupation, ash layers built up in thick, telling deposits that speak to consistent, reliable use rather than rare or accidental burning. By the time fully modern humans had spread widely across the globe, fire-centered camps had become close to a universal feature of human life, present across an enormous range of climates, environments, and cultures, evidence of just how thoroughly this once fragile technology had become woven into the basic, expected fabric of how humans everywhere chose to spend the night. The site of Wonderwerk Cave in South Africa offers a particularly well-studied example of this long, gradual transition, preserving some of the oldest widely accepted evidence of controlled fire use, dated to roughly 1 million years ago, found deep within the cave at a distance from the entrance that strongly suggests deliberate transport and maintenance of burning material rather than accidental natural ignition. Microscopic analysis of burned plant ash and bone fragments at this depth within the cave provided researchers with compelling evidence that early hominins were not merely encountering fire opportunistically near the cave mouth, but were actively carrying and tending flame well into the cave's interior, presumably for warmth, light, and protection during extended periods of occupation. Sites like Wonderwerk matter enormously for the broader argument this story has been building, because they push the earliest reliable evidence of habitual intentional fire use back to a period associated with Homo erectus, a hominin species that predates fully modern humans by a vast stretch of evolutionary time. This timing suggests that the deep transformation in sleep safety and social trust this story has been tracing did not begin with our own species at all, but rather began considerably earlier, within an ancestral lineage whose own descendants would eventually give rise to modern humans only after an additional several 100,000 years of further evolutionary and cultural development, building upon that same early foundation. Picture the first night a group of early hominins managed to keep a fire burning until dawn, without it dying out or escaping its boundary. There is no record of who they were, no name, no precise date, only the slow accumulation of ash and charcoal in certain sediment layers that tells archaeologists hundreds of thousands of years later that something had changed. Before that night, and for countless nights before it across an unrecorded stretch of time, darkness had simply been darkness, total and undifferentiated, broken only by moonlight or starlight on clear nights, and otherwise pressing in on every sleeping body equally. After fire became reliably maintainable, darkness was no longer a single uniform condition. It split into two distinct zones, the lit space within the fire's reach, and the unlit space beyond it, and that division mattered enormously to a nervous system built across millions of years to fear the unknown above almost everything else. Within the circle of firelight, predators could be seen approaching before they arrived close enough to strike. Beyond it, the same ancient darkness remained as threatening as it had always been, but the group itself was no longer required to face that darkness directly. The fire stood watch in their place. There is a reason fear of fire is so deeply embedded across nearly the entire animal kingdom, an understanding that fear helps explain just how significant it was for one species to overcome it. Wildfires, throughout the long history of life on land, have represented one of the most violent and unpredictable forces an animal could encounter, capable of moving faster than almost anything could run, consuming everything in their path indiscriminately. Evolution responded to that danger by hardwiring an avoidance response into nearly every terrestrial vertebrate, an instinctive recoil from flame and smoke that requires no learning, no prior experience, simply the sight or smell of fire itself. For early hominins to overcome that same instinctive recoil, deeply enough to sit beside flame, to feed it, to sleep within arm's reach of it, required overriding millions of years of inherited caution. This did not happen instantly, and it almost certainly did not happen without a long period of careful, incremental familiarity. Early use of fire likely began at a respectful distance, warming hands and bodies from several feet away, gradually closing that distance across countless repeated exposures as the flame proved again and again that it could be approached without catastrophe as long as certain boundaries were respected. Once that trust was established, fire offered benefits that extended far beyond simple predator deterrence. Cooked food, made possible by controlled flame, delivered more usable calories and protein than raw food ever could, fueling the dramatic expansion of brain tissue that defines the later stages of human evolution. Warmth allowed hominin groups to remain active and to sleep through colder nights and colder seasons that would otherwise have driven them toward warmer, more limited territories. Light extended the useful hours of the day, pushing back the boundary at which activity had to stop and stillness had to begin. But for the purposes of tonight's story, the single most important gift fire offered was social rather than physical. A fire, once established, became a fixed point around which a group naturally arranged itself, every night, in roughly the same configuration. This regularity mattered enormously. Where a group sleeps, and how consistently it sleeps in the same arrangement relative to other members, shapes the kind of familiarity that builds between individuals over time, even individuals who share no blood relation at all. Consider what it means, biologically, to lie down night after night within a few feet of the same set of bodies, illuminated by the same flickering light, breathing air warmed by the same fire. Across weeks, months, and years, the nervous system begins to associate that particular configuration, that particular set of smells and sounds and silhouettes, with safety rather than threat. This is not a conscious decision. It is closer to a kind of slow conditioning, the same basic mechanism by which any repeated non-threatening exposure gradually reduces a fear response, except applied here to the deepest and most consequential vulnerability an animal can experience. Fire also changed the texture of the night itself in ways that mattered for sleep specifically. Before reliable fire, full darkness likely meant something close to forced stillness. Hominins huddled together not necessarily asleep, but simply waiting, alert, for whatever might come, until enough light returned to make movement and vigilance possible again. The night was something to be endured rather than rested through. Firelight changed that equation by giving the group enough visibility and warning time that genuine sleep, rather than mere motionless waiting, finally became a reasonable choice for at least part of the group at any given moment. There is archaeological evidence suggesting that hearths at certain ancient sites were maintained in remarkably consistent locations across long stretches of time, the same general spot reused, rebuilt, and retended across many separate occupations of a cave or shelter. This consistency hints at something important, that fire was not simply lit opportunistically whenever convenient, but was understood, even if only intuitively, as something worth protecting and returning to deliberately. A place became a home, in some early and partial sense, specifically because a fire had been kept burning there reliably enough times that the group trusted it to be kept burning there again. None of this eliminated danger entirely. A fire could still die down if untended through the deepest hours of the night, when exhaustion made even the most disciplined group vulnerable to letting the flames burn low. Fuel had to be gathered, often during the most dangerous hours of dusk and dawn, when predators themselves were most active, and fire offered no protection at all against danger that originated from within the group itself, from another sleeping body rather than from the darkness beyond the firelight. That particular danger, the danger of trusting an unfamiliar person lying only a few feet away in deep unconsciousness, required a different kind of solution entirely, one built not from flame but from repeated social proximity over time. It is worth pausing here to notice something about how slowly all of this unfolded. The mastery of fire did not arrive as a single triumphant discovery that immediately transformed hominins' sleep from fragmented vigilance into deep collective rest. It arrived instead as one piece of a much longer, much slower process, a tool that made deeper rest possible without making it automatic or guaranteed. Fire reduced the danger from outside the circle. It did almost nothing on its own to reduce the danger that might exist or might be imagined to exist between the bodies inside that same circle. And so, even as hearths grew more permanent, even as cooked food and extended warmth and predator deterrence accumulated generation after generation of survival advantage, a second and equally important transformation had to occur alongside it. The composition of the group itself, who exactly was permitted to lie down within that circle of firelight, and under what conditions a stranger could become, gradually, someone the body itself no longer treated as a threat, would prove to be just as significant as the flame burning quietly at the centre of it all. There is a particular irony worth dwelling on here, one that the archaeological and behavioural record makes increasingly clear the more closely it is examined. Fire, often imagined in popular accounts as the single dramatic breakthrough that transformed human life almost overnight, appears instead to have been only the first half of a much longer, much quieter story. It solved the external half of the ancient sleep paradox, the danger arriving from outside the circle, with remarkable effectiveness. But it left the internal half of that same paradox almost entirely untouched. The question of whether the particular bodies sharing that firelit circle could themselves be trusted not to pose a danger of their own. Consider for a moment what fire alone cannot guarantee. A maintained hearth says nothing about whether the stranger sleeping 6 feet away might steal food during the night, might harm a sleeping child, might simply be an unpredictable and unknown variable whose intentions remain entirely opaque. Predators outside the firelight operate according to relatively consistent, evolutionarily ancient patterns that the human nervous system had already spent millions of years learning to anticipate and fear appropriately. An unfamiliar human, by contrast, represented something far less predictable, an intelligent, capable, potentially dangerous individual whose behaviour could not be reliably forecast simply by observing general species-level patterns the way a leopard's behaviour largely could be. This distinction likely explains why fire use and the gradual extension of trust toward non-kin appear to have developed along somewhat separate, if overlapping, evolutionary and cultural timelines. Reliable fire use, as the archaeological record suggests, became increasingly widespread from roughly 1 million years ago onward, with strong consistent evidence accumulating particularly from around 400,000 years ago. Evidence for the kind of expanded social trust this story is centrally concerned with: large cooperative settlements, deliberate burial of unrelated individuals, formalized alliance and kinship systems extending well beyond blood relation, appears more clearly and more consistently somewhat later in the record, suggesting these two transformations, while certainly related and mutually reinforcing, did not arrive as a single simultaneous package. Understanding fire and trust as two related but distinct achievements, rather than collapsing them into a single, simplified breakthrough, helps clarify exactly what made human sleep so unusual in the end. It was never simply that humans found a clever way to deter predators, impressive as that achievement genuinely was. It was that humans found a way to deter predators and separately, gradually, painstakingly, also found a way to extend deep biological trust toward individuals outside their immediate family, and that the convergence of these two separate solutions, arriving together within the same firelit circle, is what finally made truly deep, undefended, multi-hour sleep among unrelated people possible for the first time in the long history of life on Earth. It is worth noting that fire's protective role likely operated through more than simple visual deterrence alone. Smoke itself appears to have carried genuine repellent value against many biting insects, a benefit that, while seemingly minor compared to predator deterrence, would have meaningfully improved sleep quality across regions where insect-borne disease and simple nighttime irritation represented a real and constant burden. Reduced insect harassment likely contributed its own small but real increment toward deeper, less interrupted sleep, layered alongside the much larger contribution of predator deterrence and the social architecture built around the hearth. Fire's light also extended the window during which a group could engage in the kind of unhurried social activity, conversation, tool repair, storytelling, that later chapters of this story will identify as important for building exactly the trust this chapter has been describing. Before reliable fire, the transition from daylight activity to full darkness likely arrived abruptly, with little graduated period during which a group might wind down together. Firelight created an entirely new social window, an extended dusk that never fully gave way to undifferentiated darkness, offering precisely the kind of relaxed, low-stakes shared time that researchers studying contemporary hunter-gatherer evening routines have identified as closely associated with the oxytocin-mediated trust-building process described in later chapters of this story. If you're drifting now, let yourself go. Subscribe so the next story is waiting when you return. Sleep well. Anthropologists who study the layout of hunter-gatherer camps, both ancient and contemporary, often notice the same basic shape repeating itself across vastly different cultures and continents. A central fire, or a small cluster of fires, surrounded by sleeping spaces arranged in a rough circle or arc, individuals and family groups positioned at varying distances from the central flame, according to status, kinship, or simple preference, but almost always oriented inward, toward the same shared point of light and warmth. This circular arrangement appears so consistently across such different times and places that some researchers consider it one of the oldest and most stable patterns in human social organization. The circle itself carries meaning beyond simple practicality. A circular arrangement places every sleeping body within sight of every other sleeping body, and within sight of the fire that illuminates all of them equally. There are no truly hidden corners in a well-formed sleeping circle, no positions from which one individual could observe the rest of the group without also being observed in return. This mutual visibility, even in dim firelight, even among individuals who might otherwise feel uncertain about each other, creates a kind of passive accountability that requires no spoken agreement or formal rule. Compare this to how a predator typically hunts, relying heavily on concealment, on approaching from an angle the prey cannot see, on exploiting exactly the kind of hidden positioning that a circular camp arrangement eliminates. A circle does not make ambush impossible, but it makes it considerably more difficult, removing the easy blind spots that an irregular or scattered sleeping arrangement would otherwise provide. In this sense, the shape of the camp itself functioned as a kind of architecture of trust, built not from walls or barriers but from simple geometry and the deliberate repeated choice to sleep where everyone could, in principle, see everyone else. Position within the circle also carried social information, even if no one ever stated it explicitly. Individuals closer to the fire's warmth and light often held positions of seniority, trust, or simple long-standing familiarity within the group. Newcomers, or individuals whose place within the group was still being established, more commonly slept toward the circle's edges, closer to the surrounding darkness, until time and shared experience gradually earned them a place nearer the center. This was rarely a formal or enforced arrangement. It emerged naturally from the accumulated weight of countless small decisions about where each person felt comfortable, and where the group as a whole felt comfortable allowing them to be. Over time, and across many repeated nights, this spatial sorting did real psychological work. An individual who slept consistently at the circle's edge for weeks or months, gradually moving inward as trust accumulated through daytime cooperation, shared meals, mutual aid during difficult moments, was undergoing something close to a slow, embodied integration into the group's nervous system, not merely its social structure. The body itself was learning, through repeated safe proximity, that this particular set of individuals could be trusted with the deepest and most undefended hours of the night. This process likely explains, at least in part, why human groups were able to grow so much larger than the family units that defined sleeping arrangements among most other primates. A chimpanzee troop sleeping in scattered nests across a section of forest canopy rarely exceeds a few dozen individuals who know each other intimately from birth. Early human bands, by contrast, appear to have regularly incorporated individuals from outside the immediate family, sometimes married in from other groups, sometimes joining through alliance or necessity, and the fire circle offered a mechanism through which those individuals could be gradually absorbed into the group's deepest layer of trust. The sounds of the circle mattered as much as its shape. A group settling in for the night around a shared fire produces a particular soundscape, the low murmur of remaining conversation gradually fading, the crackle and shift of burning wood, the slow, settling breath of multiple bodies relaxing into stillness at roughly the same time. This shared soundscape likely served as a kind of ambient reassurance, a continuous low-level signal that the group remained intact, present, and undisturbed. Silence, by contrast, especially sudden silence breaking an established pattern, would have functioned as an immediate and unmistakable alarm. There is a reason this matters specifically for the development of trust among non-kin. Sound, more than sight, can be monitored even while drifting towards sleep, even with eyes closed, even in the earliest and lightest stages of unconsciousness, before deeper rest fully takes hold. A sleeping body surrounded by familiar, regular sounds, the particular cadence of a companion's breathing, the periodic shift of someone repositioning on the ground, can continue passively confirming the group's safety without requiring active, conscious vigilance. This passive monitoring may have been one of the key mechanisms that allowed deeper sleep stages to finally become accessible, even among individuals who were not bound by blood. Smell, too, played a role that is easy to underestimate from a modern vantage point so thoroughly dominated by vision. The particular scent of a group's shared fire, of the specific foods they had cooked and eaten that day, of the bodies themselves grown familiar through repeated close contact, created an olfactory signature unique to that group and that camp. An unfamiliar scent entering that signature, whether from an approaching stranger or an approaching predator, would likely have registered almost immediately even through the early lighter stages of sleep, long before conscious awareness caught up to the disturbance. Taken together, sight, sound, and smell formed a layered system of passive safety monitoring that required no single individual to remain fully awake through the night. The group itself, collectively, functioned as a distributed sensory network, each sleeping body contributing partial, low-level awareness that combined into something far more reliable than any single watcher could provide alone. This distributed vigilance likely explains how human groups eventually achieved a depth and duration of sleep that no solitary or small family sleeping arrangement could have matched, not through any single individual becoming braver or less cautious, but through the sheer redundancy of many bodies sensing the world together. It is worth sitting with the strangeness of this for a moment. A sleeping human camp viewed from outside in the deep dark of a prehistoric night would have appeared almost entirely undefended, a collection of motionless, unconscious bodies arranged loosely around a dying fire. And yet that same camp, considered as a whole system rather than as a collection of individuals, was in fact remarkably well defended, protected by overlapping fields of partial awareness, by firelight pushing back the darkness, by the simple mathematics of safety and numbers, and by the slow, accumulated trust that had gradually widened the circle to include individuals who shared no blood relation at all. This circle, this particular arrangement of light, sound, smell, and position, did not appear all at once, fully formed. It emerged slowly, refined across countless generations of trial and adjustment, each small improvement in safety and comfort, passed forward not through deliberate instruction, but through simple, repeated example. Children growing up inside circles arranged a certain way, absorbing that arrangement as the natural and obvious shape of nighttime safety, carrying it forward into the camps they would one day build themselves. And beneath all of this slow social architecture, an equally important transformation was occurring inside the body itself, in the quiet chemistry of the brain that made trust, once earned, feel like something close to physical relief. Consider, too, how the circle structure would have shaped the experience of childhood itself, and through childhood the deep, almost instinctive expectations each new generation carried forward about what a normal, safe night was supposed to look like. A child raised from infancy within a firelit sleeping circle, surrounded nightly by the same general arrangement of trusted bodies, the same hearth, the same overlapping sounds of breath and settling fire, would have absorbed an entire template of nighttime safety before ever consciously reflecting on it. That template learned so early and so thoroughly that it likely felt less like a learned behaviour and more like simple, obvious reality, would then have shaped how readily that same child, grown into adulthood, extended trust to the next set of unfamiliar individuals eventually welcomed into the circle. This generational transmission matters enormously for understanding how the practice could have spread and stabilised across an entire population rather than remaining a fragile, easily lost innovation confined to a single fortunate band. Once a particular group successfully established a stable, trust-based sleeping circle, that arrangement did not need to be reinvented by every subsequent generation. It could simply be inherited, absorbed by children who had never known anything different, and carried forward largely intact into whatever new circumstances those children eventually faced as adults, whether remaining within their birth group or moving outward to join, or even help found other communities. There is reason to believe that disruptions to this generational transmission, periods of conflict, displacement, or significant population decline, could have meaningfully set back the broader social trust this story describes, at least temporarily, within affected groups. A band scattered by violence or environmental catastrophe, forced to reconstitute itself from survivors who had not necessarily grown up sleeping within the same trusted circle, would likely have needed to rebuild at least some portion of that deep, accumulated trust from a more cautious starting point, even if the broader cultural knowledge of how circles, fire, and trust-building generally worked remained intact and available to draw upon. This fragility helps explain why the deepening of human social trust across prehistory likely did not proceed in a perfectly smooth, ever-upward line, but rather unfolded unevenly, advancing within stable, long-settled communities while occasionally suffering setbacks within groups disrupted by hardship, only to be rebuilt again as conditions stabilized. The overall long-term trajectory, visible clearly across the broad sweep of the archaeological record, points unmistakably toward expanding circles of trust and increasingly large, increasingly cooperative communities. But that overall trajectory was almost certainly built from countless smaller, more local stories of circles forming, circles occasionally fracturing under pressure, and circles patiently being rebuilt once again. There is a useful parallel here to how modern researchers studying group cohesion in entirely different contexts, including military units, sports teams, and workplace organizations, have repeatedly found that trust within any human group tends to follow a broadly similar developmental arc, an initial period of caution and careful observation, followed by gradually deepening reliability as shared experience accumulates, occasionally interrupted by setbacks that require renewed effort to repair. This consistency across such vastly different modern contexts suggests that the underlying psychological and biological architecture this story has traced from deep prehistory continues operating largely unchanged within contemporary human groups, regardless of how dramatically the surrounding cultural and technological context has shifted. This continuity offers a useful bridge between the ancient story this chapter has told and present-day experience. Anyone who has ever joined a new team, a new community, or a new household, and felt the gradual, sometimes halting process by which initial caution slowly gives way to genuine comfort and ease in the presence of previously unfamiliar people, is experiencing, in a real and biologically grounded sense, the same fundamental process that once governed whether a stranger could be safely welcomed into a firelit sleeping circle tens of thousands of years ago. The context has changed almost beyond recognition. The underlying machinery, remarkably, has not. Deep within the brain, in a region called the hypothalamus, lies the source of a hormone that may explain more about human sleep beside strangers than almost any other single piece of biology. Oxytocin, often described in popular accounts as a simple bonding chemical, plays a far more specific and far more interesting role than that reputation suggests. It does not create affection out of nothing. Instead, It appears to lower the threshold at which the nervous system classifies another individual as safe rather than threatening, recalibrating, in real time, the boundary between stranger and companion. This matters enormously for sleep because the same nervous system pathways that govern fear and threat detection also govern the body's ability to enter deep, restorative rest. The autonomic nervous system operates broadly through two competing modes, one oriented toward alertness and readiness for action, commonly associated with the hormone cortisol and the fight or flight response, and another oriented toward rest, digestion, and recovery, governed largely by what is sometimes called the parasympathetic system. A body cannot fully access the second mode while the first remains active. Deep sleep requires the alarm system to stand down, at least partially, and oxytocin appears to be one of the primary chemical signals capable of telling that alarm system it is safe to do so. Researchers studying oxytocin's effects have found that its release is closely tied to physical proximity, touch, shared activity, and accumulated positive social experience, exactly the kinds of repeated interactions that would have characterized daily life within an early human band. Cooperative foraging, shared meals, mutual grooming, the simple accumulated experience of surviving alongside the same individuals day after day, all of these likely triggered small, repeated releases of oxytocin that gradually built toward something larger. A baseline sense of safety specific to that particular group of people, distinct from the wariness that would greet a true outsider. Over time, this repeated exposure appears to do more than create a temporary feeling of calm. It seems to physically recalibrate how the brain processes the presence of those specific individuals going forward. Familiar faces, familiar voices, familiar patterns of movement and breathing begin to register, at a level beneath conscious thought, as predictable and therefore safe, while unfamiliar versions of the same signals continue to trigger the older, more cautious response inherited from millions of years of evolutionary history. The nervous system, in effect, learns to sort the world into known and unknown categories, and only the known category receives the chemical permission slip required for deep, undefended rest. This recalibration likely explains a pattern that researchers studying modern hunter-gatherer and small-scale societies have repeatedly observed. Sleep quality and depth tend to correlate strongly with social cohesion within the sleeping group. Groups experiencing internal conflict, unresolved tension, or the recent arrival of unfamiliar individuals frequently show measurably more disrupted, fragmented sleep among their members, even when external dangers like predators or weather remain unchanged. The threat in these cases is not coming from outside the firelight at all, it is coming from inside the circle, from uncertainty about the people lying nearby. Conversely, groups with stable, long-standing internal relationships, individuals who have shared many years of cooperative daily life together, often display sleep patterns closer to what researchers consider optimal. Longer stretches of uninterrupted rest, more time spent in the deeper stages of sleep, fewer disruptive awakenings through the night. The biological machinery underlying this difference appears to be the same oxytocin-mediated trust system, functioning exactly as it likely did for early human bands navigating the same fundamental challenge tens of thousands of years earlier. There is a particularly telling detail buried within this research. Oxytocin release is strongly associated with specific physical behaviors that anthropologists have observed across an enormous range of human cultures surrounding sleep itself. Behaviors like co-sleeping in close physical contact, gentle touch before settling down for the night, low murmured conversation in the dark, even simple shared laughter before sleep begins. These are not incidental cultural details. They appear to function as deliberate, if often unconscious, mechanisms for triggering exactly the chemical state that makes deep collective rest possible in the first place. It is worth noting that this same biological system carries real vulnerabilities that early human bands would have needed to navigate carefully. Oxytocin's trust-building effects are not infinitely generous. Research suggests the hormone can simultaneously increase trust and warmth toward an in-group while, in certain circumstances, increasing wariness or even hostility toward perceived out-group members. This dual effect may help explain why early human trust, while remarkable in its capacity to extend beyond immediate blood kin, still appears to have operated within bounded groups rather than universally. The circle of safety could widen, but it rarely widened infinitely. and the line between inside and outside the circle likely remained sharply, sometimes dangerously drawn. This biological reality also helps explain why the slow process of integrating a true stranger into a sleeping group, someone with no prior relationship to anyone present, would have required real time and real deliberate effort rather than happening instantly upon arrival. A newcomer could not simply walk into camp one evening and expect to be granted the deep, undefended sleeping position near the fire's centre. Trust, mediated by this same chemical system, had to be built gradually, through repeated daytime interactions, shared labour, demonstrated reliability, before the nervous systems of everyone involved would permit the kind of proximity that true rest required. Modern neuroscience offers one more piece of this picture worth sitting with. Studies using brain imaging have found that the amygdala, the brain's primary threat detection centre, shows measurably reduced activation in response to familiar faces compared to unfamiliar ones, even when both are simply observed neutrally with no explicit context provided. Familiarity itself, independent of any specific positive association, appears to lower the brain's baseline alarm response. This suggests that simply spending repeated time in proximity to the same individuals, accumulated across enough nights and enough shared daylight hours, may have been sufficient on its own to begin softening the ancient threat detection system that would otherwise have kept every stranger permanently classified as dangerous. Put all of these pieces together, and a coherent picture begins to emerge of how the human capacity for deep, trusting sleep among non-kin actually developed across evolutionary time. It was not a single switch that flipped, granting some early hominin populations sudden access to peaceful collective rest. It was a gradual, accumulating biological process, built from repeated safe exposure, repeated oxytocin release, repeated reduction in amygdala threat response, each repetition slightly widening the circle of individuals the body itself was willing to classify as safe enough to sleep beside. And this slow biological recalibration did not happen in isolation. It was reinforced, made more reliable and more durable, by social structures that had developed alongside it. Structures designed specifically to maintain safety through the night, even as more and more unfamiliar individuals were gradually absorbed into the sleeping circle. Chief among these structures was a practice that appears, in one form or another, across nearly every documented hunter-gatherer society on Earth. The deliberate rotating assignment of watchfulness, so that even as the group as a whole sank into deeper and more trusting rest, someone, somewhere within the circle, remained quietly, briefly awake. It is worth taking a moment to consider how this biological system interacts with stress more broadly, not only within the context of sleep, because the implications extend well beyond nighttime rest alone. Chronic, unresolved stress, the kind that might arise from ongoing conflict within a group, scarcity of food, or persistent uncertainty about social standing, appears to suppress oxytocin's calming effects even in situations that would otherwise be expected to trigger trust and bonding. This suggests that the deep, restful sleep this story has been describing was never guaranteed simply by the presence of fire and the passage of enough nights together. It also required, at a deeper level, a baseline of genuine social stability and fairness within the group, conditions under which oxytocin's trust-building chemistry could actually do its intended work. Researchers studying social hierarchy and stress within both human and non-human primate groups have repeatedly found that individuals occupying lower status or more precarious positions within a social group tend to show elevated baseline cortisol and correspondingly reduced markers of restful, recovery-oriented physiology, even when sleeping within the same physical environment as higher status group members. This finding carries an important implication for understanding ancient sleeping circles: the depth and quality of trust-based rest. This story describes was almost certainly never perfectly equal across every member of any given group, but instead likely varied according to each individual's particular social standing, history, and accumulated relationships within that specific community. This unevenness does not undermine the broader story being told here so much as add an important layer of nuance to it. The overall human achievement, learning to extend deep biological trust toward non-kin in a way essentially unmatched elsewhere in the animal kingdom, remains genuinely remarkable and genuinely unusual. But that achievement was likely never experienced with perfect uniformity by every single individual within every single group. Some members, by virtue of status, history, or simple individual temperament likely experienced this trust more fully and more easily than others, a pattern that, in attenuated form, persists recognizably within human social life even today. There is a hopeful dimension worth noting here as well, one that distinguishes the oxytocin-mediated trust system from more rigid, less adjustable biological mechanisms. Because this trust is built through repeated experience, rather than fixed permanently at birth, it remains, at least in principle, responsive to changing circumstances throughout an individual's life. A person who arrives within a new group as a genuine outsider is not permanently locked into that outsider status by anything in their underlying biology. Given sufficient time, sufficient repeated safe exposure, and sufficient genuine reciprocal care from the people around them, the same ancient chemical machinery that once recalibrated trust for early human bands remains available, even now, to do exactly the same patient gradual work. It is worth noting one further complication researchers have identified within this system, namely that oxytocin's effects appear to interact closely with an individual's prior attachment history, the pattern of trust and security, or its absence, established very early in life through relationships with primary caregivers. Individuals with a history of secure, reliable early attachment tend to show more readily activated oxytocin-mediated trust responses toward new, unfamiliar people later in life, while individuals whose early attachment experiences were less consistent or less secure sometimes show a more cautious, slower developing trust response, even under otherwise favourable circumstances. This finding adds an important layer of individual variation to the broader evolutionary story this chapter has told. The deep, species-wide capacity for extending trust toward non-kin clearly exists, demonstrated repeatedly across the archaeological and biological evidence explored throughout this story. But the speed and ease with which any single individual accesses that capacity appears to depend, at least partly, on their own particular developmental history, a reminder that broad evolutionary capacities and individual lived experience interact in genuinely complex ways, and that variation in how quickly or easily any particular person learns to feel safe sleeping among others is not simply a matter of willpower or character, but reflects real, measurable differences in underlying nervous system calibration. It is worth adding, finally, that researchers studying this individual variation have generally found encouraging news alongside the more cautionary findings already discussed. While early attachment history clearly shapes the starting point from which an individual's trust system operates, it does not appear to permanently fix that system in place for the remainder of a person's life. Sustained, positive relational experience in adulthood, including the kind of repeated, accumulated safe proximity this entire story has described as foundational to ancestral sleep safety, continues to measurably shift trust-related neurobiology, even in individuals whose earlier development followed a more cautious trajectory, a finding that offers a genuinely hopeful coda to this particular chapter of the larger story. Among the Juhwansi people of the Kalahari, anthropologists studying traditional sleeping patterns noticed something that, on the surface, seemed to contradict everything assumed about deep collective trust. Even within long-established, closely bonded camps, someone always seemed to be at least partially awake through the night, a low murmur of conversation occasionally drifting from one side of the fire, a figure rising briefly to tend the flames before settling back down. Sleep, even among people who trusted each other completely, was rarely a state in which every single member of the group was unconscious at exactly the same moment. This pattern, once researchers began looking for it systematically, turned out to be remarkably widespread across hunter-gatherer and small-scale societies on nearly every continent. Rather than the popular image of an entire camp collapsing into uniform, simultaneous sleep, the more common reality appears to be a kind of staggered, overlapping rest, individuals drifting in and out of sleep at slightly different times, briefly waking to tend a fire, check on a child, or simply shift position before returning to rest. Across the group as a whole, at almost any given moment of the night, at least one set of eyes was likely to be at least partially open. This staggered pattern offers an elegant solution to a problem that pure trust alone could never fully resolve. Even in a group where every individual has been thoroughly integrated into the circle of safety, where oxytocin and accumulated familiarity have done their full work, the world outside the firelight remains genuinely unpredictable. A predator does not care how much an early human band trusted each other internally. The danger from outside the circle persisted regardless of how warmly the circle itself had come to regard its own members, and that external danger still required some form of ongoing vigilance, even as internal trust deepened. What makes this staggered watching different from the formal, rotating sentry duty seen in animals like meerkats is its apparent informality. There is little evidence, either in the archaeological record or in studies of contemporary hunter-gatherer societies, of explicit assigned watch shifts of the kind a modern military camp might organise, with named individuals responsible for specific blocks of time. Instead, the watching appears to emerge organically from natural variation in sleep timing. Some individuals naturally incline toward earlier sleep and earlier waking, others toward later patterns, children waking for comfort or hunger at unpredictable hours, elders sleeping more lightly and more briefly than younger adults. This natural variation, rather than being a flaw or an inconvenience, may have been quietly functional all along. A group composed of individuals with genuinely different sleep timing preferences, sometimes described by modern sleep researchers as different chronotypes, would naturally and effortlessly produce overlapping coverage through the night, without anyone needing to enforce or even consciously plan it. The teenager naturally inclined toward staying up later might still be drowsily alert when the elder naturally inclined toward early rising had already drifted off, and that same elder might already be stirring again before the youngest adults had finished their deepest hours of rest. Some researchers have proposed that this variation in human sleep timing, the existence of natural early risers and natural night owls within virtually every human population studied, may itself be an evolved trait shaped specifically by this ancient need for staggered, low-effort vigilance. If true, this would mean that something as seemingly personal and individual as your own preferred bedtime carries within it a faint echo of an ancient survival strategy. Your particular chronotype, an inherited fragment of a system that once kept entire sleeping camps quietly, gently protected through the night, without requiring anyone to sacrifice their own rest entirely for the sake of the group's safety. Children's sleep patterns appear to have played a particularly important, if unintentional, role in this system. Young children, especially infants, wake frequently through the night for feeding, comfort, and basic biological needs, a pattern that persists across virtually every studied human population, regardless of culture or environment. While this frequent waking is exhausting for caregivers, considered purely from the perspective of group-level vigilance, it also means that within any camp containing young children, brief periods of wakefulness were essentially guaranteed to occur at scattered, unpredictable intervals throughout the night, adding yet another layer of passive, distributed awareness to the group as a whole. Elders, too, contributed in ways that may have been undervalued by a purely physical measure of usefulness. Sleep architecture changes with age in humans, typically becoming lighter, more fragmented, and shorter in total duration as individuals grow older. Rather than viewing this simply as a decline, some researchers studying the evolutionary function of human longevity have suggested that older individuals' naturally lighter sleep may have served an important protective function within multi-generational camps, providing a layer of low-level vigilance precisely during the hours when younger, more deeply sleeping adults were least responsive to the surrounding environment. This idea connects to a broader evolutionary puzzle that has long fascinated researchers studying human aging, sometimes called the grandmother hypothesis, the observation that humans are unusual among mammals in living long past their reproductive years, often contributing substantially to the survival of grandchildren and the wider group rather than simply ceasing to be useful once direct reproduction ends. If lighter, more easily disrupted elder sleep functioned as a quiet form of nighttime vigilance, it would represent yet another way in which older members of early human bands may have contributed directly to group survival, not through strength or speed, but through the simple, passive fact of waking more easily than everyone around them. All of this suggests a system far more elegant and far less effortful than a formally organised guard rotation would have been. Rather than requiring any individual to sacrifice deep rest deliberately for the sake of the group, the natural variation already present within any sufficiently large and age-diverse human band, different chronotypes, frequently waking infants, lightly sleeping elders, appears to have produced something close to continuous, low-level coverage almost automatically. The group did not need to organise vigilance. Vigilance, in a sense, organised itself, Emerging from the simple biological diversity already present, whenever enough different humans, of enough different ages, slept together in the same space. This distributed, largely unconscious system of mutual watching offers one more piece of the puzzle explaining how deep trust and ongoing safety managed to coexist within early human sleeping circles. No single individual needed to remain a permanent sacrificial guardian, awake every night while everyone else rested freely. Instead, the responsibility was spread so thinly and so naturally across the group's own internal diversity that it barely registered as a responsibility at all, simply the ordinary ever-shifting texture of how a varied group of humans, of different ages and different natural rhythms, happened to sleep beside one another. And this brings the story to a particularly important question, one that archaeologists and anthropologists have worked for decades to answer, using physical evidence rather than inference alone. If sleeping circles really did function this way, with deliberate spatial arrangement, central fires, staggered vigilance, and gradually widening trust among non-kin, what would that system actually look like, preserved in the ground, thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years later? The answer lies buried in the careful, patient work of excavation, in post holes and ash layers and the precise, telling arrangement of stone tools left scattered across ancient camp floors. It is worth pausing here to consider how this staggered watching pattern likely interacted with the seasons and with the broader rhythms of a band's yearly movement across its territory. Hunter-gatherer life, both ancient and contemporary, rarely involves remaining fixed in a single location year-round. Bands typically moved across a known territory in patterns calibrated to seasonal availability of food and water, sometimes returning repeatedly to the same favoured camping spots across many years, sometimes establishing new temporary camps in less familiar terrain. The level of risk, and correspondingly the intensity of vigilance required, likely varied considerably across this cycle, heightened in unfamiliar or newly occupied locations, more relaxed in long, familiar, repeatedly used camps where the surrounding terrain and its dangers were already well understood. This variability suggests that the staggered, organically distributed watching pattern described throughout this chapter was likely not a fixed, unchanging system, but something that adjusted itself, much like the unhemispheric sleep patterns described in an earlier chapter, according to the group's accumulated read of their immediate circumstances. A band settling for the first night in unfamiliar territory likely showed measurably more conscious, deliberate vigilance, more individuals choosing to stay awake longer, more frequent checking of the surrounding darkness, compared to the same band's behaviour after many repeated, uneventful nights spent in a long familiar and thoroughly trusted location. This same logic likely applied to the internal composition of the group as well, not only its external location. A band that had recently absorbed several new individuals through marriage or alliance, individuals whose trustworthiness had not yet been fully tested through long repeated exposure, likely maintained somewhat heightened internal vigilance compared to a long stable group composed entirely of well-established, deeply familiar relationships. This internal vigilance would not necessarily have looked dramatic or overt, simply a slightly higher baseline of wakefulness, a slightly more frequent checking in, gradually easing as the newcomers proved themselves reliable across enough shared nights and shared daylight cooperation. Taken together, this picture suggests something genuinely sophisticated operating beneath the surface of what might, from a distance, appear to be simple, undifferentiated communal sleep. Early human bands were not merely trusting, or not trusting in some crude, binary sense. They were continuously, dynamically calibrating their vigilance according to a complex combination of external environmental risk and internal social familiarity, adjusting moment by moment and night by night in ways that almost certainly required no conscious strategic planning at all, emerging instead from the same deep, ancient biological and social machinery this entire story has been tracing from its very first chapter onward. One additional dimension of this distributed vigilance system deserves mention here: the role that dogs, once domesticated, appear to have played in further extending and supplementing it. Archaeological and genetic evidence suggests dog domestication occurred sometime between roughly 15 and 40,000 years ago, a relatively late addition compared to the much older fire and trust system this story has primarily focused on, but a significant one nonetheless. Dogs possess considerably more sensitive hearing and smell than humans, and their own evolved alertness to unfamiliar sounds and scents would have added an entirely additional, non-human layer of vigilance to a sleeping camp, one that required no human attention or energy to maintain. The relationship likely worked in both directions. A dog sleeping within or near a human camp gained access to the same fire-protected safety and shared warmth. This story is described as benefiting human group members, while the camp in turn gained an additional sentinel whose sensory capabilities exceeded human capacity in several important respects. This mutualistic arrangement, once established, likely further reduced the burden of vigilance falling on any single human group member, freeing the staggered, naturally distributed human watching system described throughout this chapter to relax even further, secure in the knowledge that a genuinely different complementary set of senses was also quietly monitoring the surrounding darkness through the night. At a site called Terra Amata, near present-day Nice in southern France, archaeologists uncovered the faint but unmistakable traces of structures built roughly 400,000 years ago, long before modern humans existed as a distinct species. Rings of post holes pressed into ancient soil suggested oval-shaped shelters, larger than a single family would need, with a central hearth positioned carefully within the interior. The arrangement implied something significant: a group large enough and organised enough to construct a shared shelter around a shared fire, rather than scattering into smaller isolated family units across the landscape. This kind of evidence is exceedingly rare and exceedingly fragile. Wood, fibre and skin, the most likely materials for early shelter construction, almost never survive the hundreds of thousands of years required to reach the present day intact. What archaeologists typically find instead are the negative impressions left behind: post holes where upright supports once stood, scatter patterns of stone tools and debris that suggest where activity was concentrated, and most reliably of all, hearths, because burned material and ash preserve far better than almost anything else left behind by ancient human activity. Hearths themselves, when carefully excavated and analysed, can reveal a remarkable amount of information about how a group organised its sleeping and living space. The size and depth of ash deposits indicate how long and how frequently a fire was maintained at a particular spot. The pattern of burned versus unburned ground around a hearth can suggest its position relative to surrounding activity, central versus peripheral, exposed versus sheltered, and the distribution of artifacts, tools, food remains, ornamental objects found at varying distances from a hearth often mirrors exactly the kind of spatial sorting by trust and status that the previous chapter described. At several well-preserved Upper Paleolithic sites, dating to roughly 20 to 30,000 years ago, archaeologists have documented strikingly clear examples of this spatial organisation. Sites in Central Europe and Russia, including locations along the Don River basin, preserve evidence of substantial structures built partly from mammoth bone, large communal dwellings organised around central hearths, with sleeping areas, tool-making areas, and food storage areas each occupying distinct, consistent zones within the larger shelter. These were not haphazard arrangements thrown together for a single night. They represent deliberate, repeated, multi-generational patterns of organising communal living space. What makes these mammoth bone structures particularly significant for understanding the development of trust among non-kin is their sheer scale. Constructing a shelter from dozens of massive mammoth bones, some structures incorporated remains from a dozen or more individual animals, would have required substantial cooperative labour, almost certainly drawing on individuals beyond a single immediate family unit. The very existence of these structures implies a level of sustained, large-scale cooperation, and by extension, a level of accumulated trust, considerably beyond what a single nuclear family could have generated or maintained on its own. Similarly telling evidence comes from sites in the Middle East and the Levant, where some of the earliest known semi-permanent settlements, predating full agricultural life by thousands of years, show clustered hut foundations arranged around shared open spaces, often including central hearths or fire pits positioned for communal use rather than exclusive to a single dwelling. These early settled or semi-settled hunter-gatherer communities appear to have maintained social structures considerably more complex than small, isolated, mobile bands, structures that required and presumably reinforced exactly the kind of extended trust this story has been tracing. Burial practices, when they appear in the archaeological record, offer another unexpected window into the structure of trust within ancient communities, since how a group chooses to handle its dead often reflects, in concentrated form, the same social bonds that govern daily and nightly life among the living. Deliberate burials found at sites dating back over 100,000 years, sometimes accompanied by grave goods, ochre pigment, or careful positioning of the body, suggest communities invested with real emotional and social significance in maintaining bonds that extended well beyond the boundaries of a single nuclear family. Perhaps most strikingly, isotopic analysis of bones and teeth from certain ancient burial sites has revealed individuals who were not biologically related to others, buried alongside them within the same community, yet who received burial treatment indistinguishable from that given to closer kin. This kind of evidence suggests that, at least by certain points in human prehistory, group membership and group trust had become genuinely decoupled from strict bloodline, individuals fully incorporated into a community's deepest social and ritual life despite arriving from, or being born into, entirely separate genetic lineages. Researchers studying the layout of well-preserved hunter-gatherer camps, both ancient and among contemporary or recently studied traditional societies, have noted a recurring detail worth highlighting here. Sleeping areas designated for unrelated individuals, particularly newly arrived spouses marrying in from other bands, a practice anthropologists call exogamy and find documented across an overwhelming majority of studied hunter-gatherer societies, were frequently positioned initially toward the edges of the camp's overall sleeping arrangement, gradually shifting toward more central, trusted positions as the individual's tenure within the group lengthened and their relationships deepened. This pattern of gradual spatial integration, newcomers beginning at the periphery and slowly moving toward the trusted center of camp life, appears with remarkable consistency across cultures separated by vast distances and vast stretches of time, from ancient mammoth bone settlements in what is now Russia to contemporary studies of indigenous Australian, African, and South American hunter-gatherer communities. The consistency itself is telling. It suggests this is not a culturally specific tradition invented independently and coincidentally by unrelated societies, but rather a deep, perhaps even partly instinctive, expression of the same underlying biological process of trust building described earlier, made visible here in the physical arrangement of camp space rather than in hormone levels or brain scans. Taken together, this physical evidence, post holes and hearths, mammoth bone dwellings, clustered settlement foundations, deliberate burials of unrelated individuals, and the consistent pattern of newcomers integrating gradually from camp periphery toward camp center builds a coherent picture that closely matches the biological and behavioral story traced through earlier chapters. Trust among non-kin was not simply a comfortable abstraction or a modern sentimental projection backward onto the deep past. It left physical traces, measurable, excavatable, datable traces, in the way ancient humans chose, again and again, across hundreds of thousands of years, and across an enormous range of separate cultures, to arrange the literal architecture of where and how they slept. This architecture of trust did not only shape where bodies rested, it shaped just as significantly what happened inside those bodies once unconsciousness actually arrived. Sleep itself is not a single uniform state, but a complex layered sequence of distinct stages, and one of those stages in particular, the strange, vivid and biologically expensive state known as REM sleep, may hold its own quiet clues about just how much our species came to depend on the safety of sleeping among trusted others, even in the depths of dreaming. It is worth examining the Sungir burial site in present-day Russia a little more closely here, as it offers one of the more vivid and well-documented examples of this kind of evidence. Dating to roughly 34,000 years ago, the site includes the elaborate burial of two adolescents laid head-to-head, accompanied by thousands of carefully crafted ivory beads, decorated spears, and other valuable grave goods that would have required enormous collective time and skill to produce. The sheer scale of resources invested in this single burial suggests a community with significant surplus capacity for symbolic and social investment, capacity that likely reflects, and was likely made possible by, the kind of stable, large-scale cooperative trust this story has been tracing throughout earlier chapters. Similarly informative is the site of Dolní Věstonice in the present-day Czech Republic, where archaeologists uncovered evidence of substantial dwelling structures alongside one of the earliest known examples of fired ceramic art dating to roughly 26,000 years ago. The presence of specialized craft production, requiring dedicated kiln structures and accumulated technical knowledge passed between practitioners, again points toward a community organized around sustained cooperation extending well beyond the immediate demands of daily survival. Cooperation that, by this point in the story, should feel familiar as one of the recurring downstream effects of the deep, trust-based social architecture this entire narrative has been tracing. It is worth noting, too, how these larger settlements appear to correlate with broader environmental and demographic pressures across the period in question. Some researchers have proposed that increasing population density during certain stretches of the Upper Paleolithic, driven by improving hunting technology and more efficient exploitation of available resources, may have created conditions favouring larger, more cooperative settlements simply as a practical response to increased social contact and increased competition for territory. Larger, more trust-based groups may have offered real survival advantages under these denser conditions, able to defend territory more effectively, share information about resource locations more efficiently, and buffer individual misfortune through broader networks of mutual support than smaller, more isolated family bands could manage alone. Whatever the precise mixture of causes, the broad archaeological pattern across this period remains consistent and striking. Settlements grow larger, more elaborate, and more clearly organized around shared communal space over time, exactly the trajectory that would be predicted if the slow, accumulating biological and social trust described throughout this story was, in fact, the real underlying mechanism driving these visible changes in how, and beside whom, ancient humans chose to build their lives and, crucially, their nights. The site of Catalayuk in present-day Turkey, dating to the Neolithic period roughly 9,000 years ago, offers a fascinating later chapter in this same architectural story, one occurring after the development of settled agriculture, rather than within the purely hunter-gatherer context this story is otherwise focused on. Catalayuk's densely packed mud-brick dwellings were built so closely together that residents apparently entered and exited through rooftop openings rather than through ground-level doors, creating an extraordinarily tight, interconnected settlement in which individual households remained physically inseparable from the broader community surrounding them. While Catalayuk represents a later and considerably more complex stage of human settlement than the simpler camps and shelters discussed earlier in this chapter, its extraordinary residential density still echoes the same underlying theme this story has traced throughout: a deep, persistent human tendency to build living and sleeping arrangements that maximize proximity and shared presence with trusted others, rather than maximizing individual separation and isolation. Even as architecture grew vastly more sophisticated, and as human societies grew vastly larger and more complex than anything the original fire circle bands could have imagined, this underlying preference for close, trust-embedded communal living appears to have persisted remarkably consistently across an enormous span of subsequent human history. For much of the 20th century, popular imagination treated Neanderthals as a crude, marginal footnote to the human story, a failed evolutionary experiment eventually outcompeted and replaced by more sophisticated modern humans. Decades of careful archaeological research have steadily dismantled that simplified picture, revealing instead a hominin lineage that mastered fire, built substantial shelters, cared for injured and elderly group members, and very likely participated in many of the same deep social and biological transformations around trust and sleep safety that this entire story has traced primarily through the lens of our own direct ancestors. Evidence for habitual fire use among Neanderthal populations is genuinely extensive, found at numerous sites across Europe and Western Asia, often showing hearths maintained in consistent locations across repeated periods of occupation. Precisely the kind of evidence this story has already discussed as indicating deliberate sustained fire management rather than rare or accidental burning. Some researchers studying these sites have proposed that Neanderthals may have been using fire reliably for considerably longer than modern humans had at comparable points in their own respective evolutionary timelines, suggesting the broader trajectory toward fire-protected, socially organized sleeping arrangements this story has traced may not have been unique to the lineage that eventually produced modern humans at all. The site of Abric Romani in present-day Spain offers a particularly detailed window into Neanderthal use of fire and space, preserving more than 20 distinct occupation layers spanning tens of thousands of years, each containing well-preserved hearths surrounded by clearly organised activity zones, areas dedicated to tool production positioned at a measured distance from areas apparently dedicated to food processing, themselves positioned distinctly from the immediate warmest zone surrounding the fire itself most plausibly associated with rest and sleep. This kind of consistent, repeated spatial organisation across so many separate occupation layers suggests behaviour considerably more deliberate and considerably more socially structured than older, more dismissive accounts of Neanderthal life would have predicted. Neanderthal burial practices offer further relevant evidence. Sites including Shanidar Cave in present-day Iraq have yielded Neanderthal remains showing evidence of deliberate burial, in at least some interpretations accompanied by plant material that some researchers have controversially suggested may represent flowers placed with the body, an interpretation that remains genuinely debated within the field, but that, even setting aside that specific contested detail, sits alongside broader, less disputed evidence of deliberate burial practice. Other Shanidar remains show clear evidence of an individual who survived for years following severe injuries, including apparent blindness and significant physical disability, evidence of sustained group care extending well beyond what pure short-term reproductive or genetic self-interest alone would predict, a pattern strongly suggestive of exactly the kind of extended social bonds and accumulated mutual trust this story has traced throughout its exploration of human prehistory. Perhaps most directly relevant to this story's central themes, genetic evidence has firmly established that Neanderthals and the modern human lineage interbred on multiple occasions following contact between the two populations, evidence preserved today in the genomes of most people with ancestry outside sub-Saharan Africa, who typically carry a small but measurable percentage of Neanderthal-derived genetic material. This interbreeding could not have occurred without some meaningful degree of sustained contact, cooperation, and presumably trust between populations that, by any reasonable definition, would have begun as complete strangers to one another, encountering an entirely different, if closely related hominin lineage for the first time. It is worth pausing on the genuine significance of this finding, for the broader story this script has been telling, the capacity for extending trust toward unfamiliar individuals, traced throughout this story primarily within the context of separate bands of the same species gradually learning to incorporate one another, appears to have extended, at least on some documented occasions, even further still, across the boundary separating two distinct, if closely related, hominin species entirely. Whatever combination of curiosity, necessity, or simple accumulated proximity eventually led to these interspecies encounters, resulting in successful reproduction, the underlying social and biological machinery required, presumably at least some workable version of the same trust-building process this story has traced throughout, applied here under circumstances considerably more challenging than the within-species encounters more typically discussed. Researchers studying these ancient interbreeding events have proposed various scenarios for how such encounters might have unfolded, ranging from sustained, peaceful contact between neighbouring groups to considerably less voluntary circumstances that current evidence cannot fully rule out. Honest engagement with this evidence requires acknowledging that genetic proof of interbreeding alone cannot tell us, with any real certainty, whether the underlying encounters involved anything resembling the kind of gradual mutual trust building this story has otherwise emphasized, or whether at least some such encounters involve considerably more troubling dynamics that the genetic record alone simply cannot distinguish. What the broader archaeological evidence does suggest, however, considered alongside the genetic findings, is that Neanderthal populations were demonstrably capable of the same fundamental social and cognitive achievements this story has identified as foundational to trust-based human sleep: fire mastery, organised shared living space, sustained care for vulnerable group members, and at least some capacity for meaningful contact with genuinely unfamiliar individuals. This suggests the deep evolutionary story this script has traced may not be a story unique to a single triumphant lineage, but rather a broader pattern that emerged, in at least roughly parallel form, across multiple closely related hominin populations facing essentially the same ancient biological problem, the vulnerability of sleep, and arriving, independently or through shared inherited tendency, at broadly similar solutions. Neanderthal populations eventually disappeared as a distinct lineage, absorbed in part into the expanding modern human population through the interbreeding already discussed, and otherwise vanishing from the fossil record for reasons that remain genuinely debated among researchers, including possible factors like climate change, resource competition, and demographic disadvantage relative to expanding modern human populations. Whatever the precise causes of that eventual disappearance, the evidence for sophisticated fire use, organised shelter, sustained social care, and meaningful interspecies contact stands as a remarkable testament to just how widely, across the broader hominin family tree, the same fundamental project this story has traced, the patient, accumulated construction of safety and trust sufficient to make deep, undefended sleep possible, appears to have been underway. This broader perspective adds a final, valuable layer of context to the story this script has told. The achievement of trust-based, fire-protected, deeply restful sleep was never the exclusive accomplishment of a single, inevitably triumphant human lineage, marching in isolation toward an assured destiny. It was, instead, a problem faced by multiple distinct populations across the hominin family, each working with the cognitive, technological, and social tools available to it, each contributing in its own way to a much broader, much older story about how a fundamentally vulnerable kind of primate gradually, painstakingly, learned to close its eyes safely beside others in a world that had never previously offered any guarantee that doing so would be survivable at all. Other now extinct hominin populations, including the smaller-bodied Homo floresiensis, discovered on the Indonesian island of Flores, and the more recently identified Denisovans, known largely through genetic evidence, and a small number of fossil fragments recovered from Siberia and the Tibetan Plateau, add further texture to this broader picture, though the evidence for their specific sleep-related behaviours remains considerably sparser than what has been recovered for Neanderthal populations. What genetic evidence does confirm is that Denisovans, like Neanderthals, also interbred with the ancestors of certain modern human populations, particularly in parts of Asia and Oceania, suggesting that the capacity for extending trust across hominin lineage boundaries, whatever its precise circumstances, was not a single isolated event but occurred, in some form, on more than one occasion across the broader span of late human evolutionary history. Of all the stages that make up a normal night's sleep, none is stranger, and none is more biologically risky than the one known as REM sleep, named for the rapid eye movements that occur beneath closed eyelids during its most active periods. During REM sleep, the brain becomes almost as electrically active as it is during full waking consciousness, generating the vivid, immersive, often bizarre experience of dreaming. And yet, at the very same moment that the brain races with this intense activity, the body's major skeletal muscles fall into a state of near-total paralysis, a deliberate, actively maintained shutdown that prevents the dreamer from physically acting out whatever is unfolding in the mind. This combination, an intensely active brain paired with a completely immobilized body, represents perhaps the single most vulnerable state any animal can enter. A sleeping body in ordinary non-REM sleep retains at least some baseline muscle tone and remains capable, however sluggishly, of responding to sudden danger. A body deep in REM sleep cannot do this. It is, for the duration of that stage, almost entirely defenseless, unable to flee, unable to fight, unable even to fully orient itself toward an approaching threat until the paralysis lifts and consciousness fully returns. Given this extraordinary vulnerability, it might seem reasonable to expect that REM sleep would be minimized or avoided whenever possible, particularly in environments where danger was a constant realistic concern. And indeed, across the animal kingdom, this expectation largely holds true. Many prey animals, those facing significant ongoing predation pressure, spend remarkably little time in REM sleep compared to predators or animals with fewer natural enemies. Some grazing herbivores experience only brief, fragmentary bursts of REM sleep, sometimes lasting mere seconds at a time, as though the body itself instinctively recognizes how dangerous this particular stage of unconsciousness truly is and rushes to minimize exposure to it. Humans, by striking contrast, spend a substantial and consistent portion of every normal night's sleep in REM, typically between 20 and 25% of total sleep time in healthy adults, occurring in multiple extended periods that grow progressively longer as the night continues, with the most intense and prolonged REM episodes often occurring in the final hours before natural waking. This is a remarkably generous allocation of time to the single most physically vulnerable state an animal can enter, especially for a species with no natural armor, no significant claws or fangs, and a long evolutionary history of facing serious predation pressure on the open landscapes where much of human evolution unfolded. This apparent contradiction, a vulnerable, frequently hunted species investing heavily in its most defenseless sleep stage, makes considerably more sense once it is considered alongside everything explored in earlier chapters. Extended, undisturbed REM sleep is, in essence, a biological luxury, a luxury that can only be safely afforded by an animal whose immediate environment has been rendered reliably, predictably safe. The development of fire-protected, socially trusted sleeping circles may have been precisely the environmental shift that allowed early humans to begin affording this luxury in the first place, rather than remaining locked into the brief, fragmented REM patterns typical of more exposed and less protected animals. There is research suggesting that the depth and duration of REM sleep correlates with environmental safety even within individual human lives today, not only across evolutionary time. Studies of sleep in unfamiliar or unfamiliar-feeling environments, hotel rooms, new living situations, unfamiliar group settings, have repeatedly documented what researchers sometimes call the first-night effect, a measurable reduction in deep and REM sleep quality during the first night spent in a new, less trusted environment, with sleep architecture typically normalizing again once the environment becomes more familiar across subsequent nights. This first-night effect offers a small, observable, present-day echo of exactly the ancient process this story has been tracing. Even now, with locked doors, climate-controlled rooms, and none of the predatory dangers our ancestors actually faced, the human brain still appears to retain some ancient calculation running quietly in the background, still partially withholding its deepest, most vulnerable sleep stages until enough repeated safe exposure has accumulated to fully relax its guard. The mechanism that once required real fires and real trusted companions to satisfy now persists in attenuated form, even in environments where the original dangers no longer exist at all. REM sleep also appears closely tied to important cognitive functions, particularly memory consolidation and emotional processing, functions that researchers increasingly believe may have offered their own distinct evolutionary advantages once they became reliably accessible. Some sleep scientists have proposed that the extended REM capacity unique to humans, among primates and indeed among most mammals generally, may have contributed directly to the cognitive flexibility, social learning capacity, and complex emotional regulation that distinguish human cognition from that of our closest living relatives. If this hypothesis holds even partial truth, it suggests something remarkable about the relationship between trust and intelligence across human evolutionary history. The slow, gradual development of socially trusted, fire-protected sleeping environments may not simply have allowed humans to rest more safely. It may have simultaneously unlocked extended access to a cognitively valuable sleep stage that, in turn, contributed to the very social and cognitive sophistication that allowed trust itself to keep expanding further, group sleep and group intelligence each reinforcing and accelerating the other across an enormous span of evolutionary time. There is something almost poetic in this possibility, that the capacity to dream deeply, vividly, and at length, one of the most distinctly human experiences of consciousness, may be inseparably linked to the much older, much more practical achievement of learning to sleep safely beside other people. Every elaborate dream, every strange, vivid nighttime narrative the human mind constructs, may rest quietly atop a foundation built first from firelight, then from accumulated trust, then from circles of bodies arranged carefully around a hearth, each generation slightly safer than the one before it, each generation therefore able to dream slightly more deeply than the one before. Dreaming itself, considered from this angle, becomes a kind of inherited privilege rather than a simple biological default, a privilege earned across hundreds of thousands of years of ancestors who first had to solve the much more basic and much more urgent problem of surviving the night at all. Long before any human mind could afford to wander freely through the strange, unguarded territory of a dream, it first had to be convinced, through fire, through proximity, through the slow accumulated weight of trust, that the body lying beneath it would still be there, safe and unharmed, when morning finally arrived. This brings the story to a question that researchers studying contemporary human societies have approached from an unexpected and unusually direct angle. By travelling to the small number of remaining hunter-gatherer and traditional small-scale societies still living today, and simply watching carefully and respectfully how they actually sleep. What these living communities reveal turns out to align remarkably closely with the deep evolutionary and archaeological story traced so far, offering a kind of living window into patterns that, for the vast majority of human prehistory, left no direct written or recorded trace at all. It is worth examining the specific neurological mechanics of REM paralysis a little more closely, since the precise way the body achieves this remarkable, near-total muscular shutdown reveals just how deliberately evolution constructed this vulnerable state, rather than it simply being an incidental side effect of intense brain activity. During REM sleep, specific neural circuits originating in the brainstem actively suppress motor neuron activity throughout the spinal cord, a targeted, deliberate inhibition rather than a passive absence of signal. This means REM paralysis is not simply the brain failing to send movement commands. It is the brain actively, forcefully preventing those commands from reaching the muscles, a dedicated biological mechanism that had to evolve its own specific machinery in order to exist at all. The existence of this dedicated suppression machinery raises an interesting evolutionary question worth sitting with for a moment. Why would evolution invest in actively preventing movement during dreams, rather than simply allowing the brain to remain quieter during this stage in the first place? The leading explanation among sleep researchers is that REM sleep's intense neural activity serves genuinely important functions, likely related to memory processing and emotional regulation, functions valuable enough that evolution favoured preserving the intense brain activity while separately solving the resulting safety problem through targeted paralysis, rather than simply eliminating the vulnerable brain activity altogether. This suggests REM sleep represents a kind of evolutionary trade, an acceptance of one very specific, contained vulnerability, total muscular paralysis, in exchange for preserving access to cognitive benefits considered valuable enough to be worth that risk. And crucially, this trade only becomes evolutionarily favourable if the surrounding environment can otherwise be made safe enough to absorb that specific contained vulnerability without excessive cost. A species facing constant, unpredictable predation risk throughout the night would likely never have been able to afford extensive REM sleep, regardless of how cognitively valuable it might theoretically be, simply because the immediate survival cost of extended paralysis would have outweighed any longer-term cognitive benefit. Viewed this way, the unusually generous human allocation of REM sleep time becomes a kind of indirect evidence, almost a fossil record written into our own physiology rather than into stone, that early human environments had become reliably safe enough, through fire, through trusted sleeping circles, through staggered vigilance, to support this otherwise costly evolutionary trade. The capacity to dream deeply and extensively did not arrive as an isolated cognitive upgrade. It arrived as a direct consequence of safety achieved first, a privilege made possible only after the much more basic problem of surviving the night had already been substantially solved. It is worth noting one further curious detail about dream content itself, one that researchers studying the function of REM sleep have found genuinely intriguing. Studies analysing reported dream content across large samples of participants have found that negative emotional content, including dreams involving threat, pursuit, or danger, appears considerably more frequently than would be predicted by simple chance or by the actual frequency of threatening events in most dreamers' waking lives. One prominent theory, sometimes called the threat simulation hypothesis, proposes that this pattern reflects an evolved function of dreaming itself, a kind of safe, low-cost rehearsal space in which the sleeping brain can practice recognizing and responding to potential threats without facing any actual real-world danger while doing so. If this hypothesis holds true, it adds a fascinating final layer to the story this chapter has been telling. The same deep biological trust and physical safety that allowed early humans to access extended REM sleep in the first place may have simultaneously created the conditions necessary for that same REM sleep to perform genuinely useful threat rehearsal functions, training the sleeping mind to recognize and respond to danger more effectively, all from within the safety of a paralyzed protected body surrounded by a trusted watchful circle. Safety, in other words, did not simply allow dreaming to happen. it may have allowed dreaming to become genuinely useful, transforming vulnerability into a quiet internal training ground that no other comparably exposed species had ever been able to safely access before. In the early 2000s, sleep researcher Jerome Siegel and his colleagues travelled to 3 remote pre-industrial communities, the Hadza of Tanzania, the San of Namibia, and the Simini of Bolivia, in order to study something that had never been carefully measured before: how people actually sleep when their daily lives remain organised around hunting, gathering, and small-scale subsistence farming rather than electric lighting, scheduled work hours, and modern indoor environments. The results, published in detail and widely discussed within the sleep science community, offered a rare and genuinely surprising window into sleep patterns that may closely resemble those of early human ancestors. Perhaps the most widely reported finding from this research directly challenged a popular modern assumption: the idea that pre-industrial humans, lacking electric light and modern stress, must surely sleep longer and more soundly than people in industrialized societies. In fact, members of all 3 communities studied slept, on average, between just under 6 and just over 7 hours per night, figures roughly comparable to, and in some cases even slightly shorter than, typical sleep durations reported in many industrialized populations. The popular image of pre-industrial humans drifting into 10 or 12 hours of deep, uninterrupted slumber each night turned out not to match the observed reality at all. What did stand out clearly, however, was the structure and quality of that sleep, rather than its raw quantity. Despite sleeping for fewer total hours than many modern assumptions would predict, members of these communities reported remarkably low rates of chronic insomnia, a condition that affects a substantial portion of people living in industrialized societies. Researchers found no equivalent word for insomnia as a persistent complaint within the languages of the communities studied, suggesting that whatever was happening during their sleep, brief though it sometimes was, left people feeling genuinely rested in a way that many people in modern, supposedly more comfortable sleeping environments often do not. The timing of sleep also followed patterns notably different from typical modern schedules. Rather than going to sleep immediately at nightfall, individuals in all 3 communities tended to remain awake and socially active for several hours after sunset, often gathered around a fire, talking, telling stories, before eventually settling into sleep roughly 3 hours after dark on average. Waking tended to occur before sunrise, the body's natural rhythm apparently calibrated closely to the gradual cooling of temperature through the night, rather than to light alone, with sleep onset and offset both tracking body temperature changes more closely than the simple presence or absence of daylight. This extended period of wakeful social activity after dark, the unhurried conversation and storytelling around the fire before sleep finally arrives, deserves particular attention within the context of everything explored so far in this story. That window of shared, relaxed social time appears to function as exactly the kind of repeated, low-stakes interaction that builds the oxytocin-mediated trust described earlier, a nightly ritual of reconnection and reaffirmation that may help explain why sleep, once it finally begins, can be entered so completely and so confidently, even though the total hours available for it remain relatively modest. Researchers studying these communities also documented sleeping arrangements directly relevant to the question this entire story has been built around. Sleep typically occurred in close physical proximity to other members of the camp, often within the same structure or immediately adjacent open-air sleeping areas, with relatively little of the strict individual or even strict nuclear family separation that characterizes typical modern sleeping arrangements in industrialized housing. Multiple generations, and in many cases individuals connected through marriage rather than direct blood relation, regularly shared close sleeping space without apparent distress or significant disruption to overall sleep quality. Among the Hadza specifically, researchers observed and documented the kind of staggered wakefulness pattern described in an earlier chapter with unusual precision. By carefully tracking sleep and waking times across multiple individuals within the same camp over many consecutive nights, researchers found that there was rarely, if ever, a single moment during the entire night when every member of the group studied was simultaneously asleep at the same time. At nearly every point across the night, at least one individual within the camp was awake, even if only briefly, even if only for a few minutes before drifting back into rest. This finding offers remarkably direct present-day confirmation of the distributed vigilance hypothesis discussed earlier. The idea that natural variation in individual sleep timing across a group could produce something close to continuous low-level coverage without requiring any formal organized watch system. The Hadza data suggests this is not merely a plausible evolutionary theory, but an observable, measurable reality within at least one contemporary hunter-gatherer society, persisting even though Hadza camps today face dramatically less predation pressure than early human ancestors would have encountered across the broader span of prehistory. The Semaine and San communities studied showed broadly similar, though not identical, patterns, reinforcing the sense that these characteristics, modest total sleep duration, extended pre-sleep social time, close communal sleeping proximity, and staggered individual wakefulness, may represent a deep and widely shared human pattern rather than a coincidence specific to any single culture or environment. Different continents, different climates, different subsistence strategies, and yet remarkably consistent underlying structures governing how, when, and beside whom people actually chose to sleep. It would be a mistake, of course, to treat any single contemporary community as a perfectly preserved time capsule of Paleolithic life. Every human society alive today, including these three, has its own long, distinct history of cultural change, adaptation, and contact with the wider world, and none can be assumed to represent some untouched, frozen version of how all early humans necessarily lived. But taken carefully, and combined with the archaeological and biological evidence explored in earlier chapters rather than relied upon alone, these living patterns offer genuinely valuable corroboration, a real-world demonstration that the kind of distributed, trust-based, fire-centered, communal sleep theorized from ancient evidence is not merely a comfortable abstraction, but something that continues to function, observably and measurably, among real human communities today. There is something quietly moving in the thought that researchers, working with modern actigraphy devices and careful statistical analysis, essentially rediscovered through rigorous scientific method a pattern that early human bands likely understood already, intuitively and without any need for formal study, hundreds of thousands of years earlier. The fire, the unhurried conversation before sleep, the close shared proximity, the natural staggering of who drifts off first and who lingers a little longer in the firelight, these were never lost knowledge requiring rediscovery in any strict sense. They simply continued quietly, in the small remaining pockets of human life still organized closely enough around their original conditions to preserve them. And yet, for the overwhelming majority of people living in industrialized societies today, those original conditions have changed almost beyond recognition, replaced by walls, locked doors, individual bedrooms, electric light extending long past sunset, and increasingly solitary sleeping arrangements that would have seemed, to nearly every human ancestor across the deep span of prehistory, almost unimaginably isolated. Understanding what has been gained through these changes, and what may have been quietly lost alongside them, offers one of the more reflective threads remaining in this story, one worth approaching gently, without judgment, simply as an honest accounting of how far modern sleep has travelled from its ancient origins. It is worth examining the Semaine research in slightly greater detail, since the methods used there offer a particularly clear example of how this kind of research is actually conducted, rather than relying on self-reported sleep times, which are notoriously unreliable across nearly every population studied. Researchers fitted participants with small wrist-worn actigraphy devices, instruments that track movement patterns closely correlated with sleep and wake states, allowing genuinely objective, continuous measurement across many consecutive nights, rather than relying on memory or estimation. This methodological rigor is part of why the findings carried such weight within the broader sleep science community, offering hard, measured data rather than impressionistic observation. The Semaine data also revealed an interesting seasonal pattern worth noting, sleep duration shifting modestly according to temperature and daylight changes across the year, slightly longer during cooler months, slightly shorter during warmer ones, a flexibility that stands in contrast to the relatively rigid, clock-driven sleep schedules common across much of industrialized society, where artificial lighting and fixed work schedules often override whatever seasonal signal the body's underlying biology might otherwise respond to. This seasonal flexibility offers another small window into how thoroughly modern sleep has been decoupled from the environmental cues that shaped its evolutionary development across hundreds of thousands of years. Researchers conducting this work were also careful to note certain important caveats, ones worth carrying forward honestly rather than glossing over. The Simone, San and Hadza communities studied all faced genuinely different daily pressures than ancient hunter-gatherer bands would have, including increased contact with outside markets, occasional access to certain modern goods, and generally lower predation pressure than would have existed across much of human prehistory, when large predators remained considerably more common across the relevant landscapes. These differences mean the study communities cannot be treated as a perfectly preserved laboratory recreation of deep prehistoric conditions, but rather as the closest currently available living approximation, still valuable, still genuinely informative, but appropriately understood within its real limitations. Even with these caveats fully acknowledged, the core findings remain genuinely significant for the broader story this script has been telling. The combination of modest total sleep duration, extended pre-sleep social bonding time, close communal proximity, and naturally staggered individual wakefulness appears robustly across multiple, independently studied, geographically separated communities, suggesting these patterns reflect something deep and broadly shared within human biology and social organization, rather than being a coincidental feature specific to any single culture's particular circumstances or history. It is worth adding one further detail from this body of research concerning naps. Despite the apparent austerity of 6 to 7 hours of nighttime sleep, researchers studying these communities found that daytime napping, brief periods of rest taken during the warmest, least productive hours of the afternoon, occurred fairly commonly, though not universally, across the population studied. This pattern suggests that total daily sleep, when napping is included, may run somewhat higher than nighttime figures alone would suggest, and that the human sleep system, freed from the artificial constraints of a single, uninterrupted nighttime block enforced by modern work schedules, may naturally prefer a more flexible biphasic distribution of rest across the full day, rather than concentrating it entirely within darkness. This biphasic tendency finds an echo in historical records from pre-industrial Europe as well, where written accounts from several centuries ago describe what historians have termed first sleep and second sleep, two distinct nighttime sleep periods separated by an hour or more of quiet wakefulness, often used for prayer, reflection, or quiet conversation, before a second period of sleep resumed until morning. This segmented pattern appears to have largely disappeared, following the widespread adoption of artificial lighting, which extended evening activity later into the night and compressed sleep into the single, consolidated block now considered standard across much of the modern world, offering yet another small but telling example of how thoroughly modern technology has reshaped a sleep architecture that, for the vast majority of human history, likely looked considerably more flexible and segmented than contemporary expectations typically assume. There is a particular quality to the sound of another person breathing nearby in the dark, slow, regular, unhurried, that seems to carry meaning far beyond the simple physical fact of air moving in and out of lungs. Long before any conscious thought can process it, the sound itself appears to register somewhere deeper, somewhere closer to the old, animal layers of the nervous system that evolved long before language existed to name what they were responding to. A steady, familiar breathing pattern nearby seems to say, wordlessly, that nothing urgent is happening, that the immediate world remains stable enough for sleep. Researchers studying what is sometimes called co-regulation, the way one nervous system can influence and stabilize another through close physical proximity, have found measurable effects of exactly this kind. Heart rate variability, a key indicator of how flexibly and healthily the nervous system is functioning, tends to synchronize to some degree between individuals who spend extended time in close physical proximity, particularly during calm, restful states. Breathing rates, too, show some tendency toward unconscious synchronization between people lying close together, especially among individuals who share an existing bond of trust and familiarity. This synchronization is not merely a curious side effect. It appears to be functionally significant, contributing to measurable reductions in stress hormone levels and measurable improvements in subjective feelings of calm and safety among individuals sleeping in close proximity to trusted companions, compared to those sleeping alone or beside unfamiliar people. The body, in other words, appears to be quietly reading another nearby body, as a kind of stabilizing signal, borrowing calm directly from the steady, predictable rhythm of someone else's breath. Smell, briefly mentioned in an earlier chapter, deserves a closer look here as well, because its role in establishing safety during sleep may be considerably more significant than casual intuition would suggest. The human sense of smell, often dismissed as weak compared to that of many other mammals, nonetheless retains a surprisingly direct and powerful connection to the brain's emotional processing centers, more direct in fact than most other sensory pathways, with scent information traveling to the amygdala and related structures through comparatively few intermediate processing steps. Studies have found that humans can reliably distinguish the body odor of familiar individuals from that of strangers, and further, that exposure to the scent of a trusted, familiar person, a parent, a partner, a long-term companion, can measurably reduce physiological markers of stress, even when the person providing that scent is not physically present, simply through exposure to their worn clothing or bedding. This suggests that the particular, accumulated scent signature of a long-trusted sleeping group, built from shared food, shared fire smoke, shared close physical contact over months and years, may have functioned as a continuous passive safety signal throughout the night, recognized and processed by the sleeping brain even without any conscious awareness of the mechanism at work. Touch, too, carries its own quiet weight in this system, even touch as minimal and incidental as the simple proximity of another body's warmth against one's own. Research on co-sleeping and physical contact during rest has consistently found associations between gentle physical proximity and measurable reductions in cortisol, alongside corresponding increases in oxytocin, reinforcing from yet another angle the chemical trust mechanism described in an earlier chapter. The simple physical fact of warmth radiating from a nearby body, requiring no deliberate action or attention from either party, appears to function as a continuous, ambient reassurance, running quietly beneath the surface of sleep itself. Temperature regulation offers a more directly practical layer to this same picture. Humans, lacking the dense fur coats of most other mammals, lose body heat relatively quickly in cool conditions, particularly during the deeper stages of sleep, when metabolic rate and core body temperature both naturally decline. Sleeping in close physical proximity to other warm bodies provided early humans with a meaningful thermoregulatory advantage, reducing the energy the body needed to expend maintaining safe core temperature through the night, energy that could instead be allocated toward the deeper, more restorative processes that occur during quality sleep. This practical thermal benefit and the psychological, trust-building benefit of close proximity were almost certainly never fully separable from each other in lived experience, each reinforcing the value of the other across countless generations. A body that felt warmer also, very plausibly, felt safer, and a body that felt safer also rested more deeply, and deeper rest in turn supported better physical recovery, creating a kind of self-reinforcing cycle in which the simple, accumulated comfort of shared body heat became woven inseparably into the broader experience of trust itself. There is a reason that, even today, across cultures with vastly different formal beliefs about sleep and privacy, the simple physical sensation of another trusted body nearby during rest continues to register, almost universally, as comforting rather than merely tolerable. Parents soothing a distressed infant frequently rely on exactly this mechanism: close physical contact, steady breathing, gentle warmth, recognizing intuitively, even without any formal understanding of oxytocin or co-regulation, that proximity itself carries genuine calming power, power built from an evolutionary history stretching back far beyond any individual culture or any individual lifetime. It is worth pausing to notice how many separate, independent sensory and biological systems converge on the exact same underlying function. Here, sound, smell, touch, temperature, each one operating through its own distinct biological pathway, and yet each one ultimately reinforcing the same fundamental message to the sleeping brain. This environment, and these particular bodies sharing it, are familiar, are predictable, and are therefore safe enough to permit the deepest and most undefended stages of rest. No single sense alone likely could have carried this message reliably enough on its own. It was the layered redundancy of all of them working together that made truly deep collective sleep possible. This redundancy also helps explain why, Even now, modern humans sleeping entirely alone in otherwise secure, locked, climate-controlled environments sometimes still report subtle feelings of unease or restlessness that seem to have no obvious external cause. The ancient sensory checklist, built across hundreds of thousands of years of evolutionary calibration, continues running quietly in the background of every human nervous system, still checking even now for the particular sounds, scents, warmth, and proximity that once reliably signaled true safety, and sometimes registering their absence even when no actual danger exists in the modern environment at all. Understanding this ancient sensory architecture helps set the stage for one final crucial piece of the larger story, the role that something uniquely human made possible that no amount of breathing, scent, or warmth alone ever could. The ability to extend trust deliberately, consciously, and at speed to individuals who had not yet had years to accumulate the slow, biological familiarity described so far. That ability arrived through language, and through the particular human invention of reputation, the capacity to know things about a stranger before ever having shared a single night beside them at all. It is worth considering how these layered sensory systems likely interacted with each other in moments of genuine ambiguity, situations where one signal suggested safety while another suggested possible concern. A familiar scent paired with an unfamiliar sound, for instance, or a trusted silhouette moving with unusual or unexpected urgency, would have required the sleeping or half-sleeping brain to weigh conflicting information rapidly, deciding whether the overall pattern still matched the established profile of safety, or whether it warranted fuller waking and fuller attention. This kind of rapid, layered pattern matching, conducted largely below the threshold of full conscious awareness, represents a sophisticated piece of biological processing easy to overlook precisely because it usually operates so smoothly and so invisibly. Sleep researchers studying arousal thresholds, the level of stimulus required to wake a sleeping person from different sleep stages, have found that this threshold is not fixed, but varies considerably according to the perceived relevance and threat level of a given stimulus even during sleep itself. A sleeping parent, for example, often shows a measurably lower arousal threshold specifically for sounds associated with their own infant's distress compared to other sounds of similar volume and pitch, evidence that the sleeping brain continues performing meaningful, selective filtering of incoming sensory information rather than simply shutting down indiscriminately. This selective filtering offers a clear present-day example of exactly the kind of layered, ongoing safety monitoring this chapter has described as likely operating within ancient sleeping circles. This selective arousal threshold likely extended in ancient sleeping circles well beyond simple parent-infant bonds. A long-established member of a trusted group, sleeping among companions whose individual sounds, scents, and movement patterns had become deeply familiar across years of shared proximity, would plausibly have developed similarly selective, finely tuned arousal thresholds specific to that particular group, waking readily and immediately to genuinely unfamiliar or threatening signals while remaining undisturbed by the ordinary, expected sounds of trusted companions shifting, breathing, or briefly stirring through the night. This selective tuning offers one more piece of evidence for why the slow, gradual accumulation of shared nights mattered so much throughout this story, and why trust could not simply be granted instantly through declaration alone. The fine-grained, selective arousal thresholds described here require genuine repeated exposure to develop. The nervous system needs real accumulated data, real repeated nights of safe, uneventful proximity, before it can reliably distinguish a trusted companion's ordinary nighttime sounds from the genuinely novel signals that warrant fuller attention. No amount of verbal reassurance alone could substitute for this deeper, slower, embodied calibration process. There is a final sensory channel worth including here, one easy to overlook entirely: the simple, ambient sense of weight and pressure distribution across a shared sleeping surface. Research on tactile sensation suggests that humans retain a surprisingly precise, largely unconscious awareness of pressure changes across the body even during sleep, capable of detecting shifts in a shared sleeping surface caused by another person's movement well before that movement becomes loud enough to register through hearing alone. A sleeping body curled beside a trusted companion on a shared mat or hide would have continuously registered, through this pressure sense, the companion's ongoing presence and ongoing pattern of movement, one more redundant thread woven into the overall fabric of passive distributed safety monitoring this chapter has described. Taken together, sound, scent, touch, temperature and pressure form a remarkably complete sensory net, each channel operating somewhat independently, yet all converging on the same underlying function, confirming, moment by moment, that the immediate environment remains exactly as safe and familiar as it was when sleep first began. It is difficult to imagine a more thorough biological solution to the ancient sleep paradox introduced in the very first chapter of this story, and it is this thoroughness, this remarkable layering of redundant, independently operating safety signals, that ultimately allowed early human sleep to achieve a depth and duration unmatched by almost any other vulnerable species on Earth. Every system described so far in this story, fire, spatial arrangement, oxytocin, staggered watching, shared scent and warmth, shares one important limitation. Each of them requires time, repeated exposure accumulated gradually across days, weeks, or months before the deep biological recalibration of trust can fully take hold. This works well for explaining how an individual already living within a group slowly comes to be trusted by everyone around them. It explains far less well how entirely new individuals, true strangers arriving from outside the group for the very first time, were ever able to be incorporated at all, particularly in situations where time for slow, gradual trust building simply was not available. Language offered a way around this limitation, one of the most significant social technologies our species ever developed. Once early humans possessed the capacity for genuinely complex spoken communication, a development whose precise timing remains debated among researchers, but which was almost certainly well established by the time fully modern humans began spreading across the globe, something remarkable became possible. Information about a person's trustworthiness could travel ahead of, or alongside, the person themselves, carried not through direct accumulated experience, but through the testimony of others. This capacity, often discussed by anthropologists and evolutionary psychologists under the broad heading of reputation, fundamentally changed the mathematics of trust. A stranger arriving at an unfamiliar camp no longer had to start entirely from zero, slowly proving themselves through months of observed behavior before being granted even the most peripheral sleeping position near the group's fire. If that stranger arrived accompanied by, or preceded by, credible information, a trusted intermediary vouching for their character, a known shared connection, evidence of useful skills or honourable past conduct, the slow biological trust-building process described earlier could be meaningfully accelerated. Anthropologists studying contemporary hunter-gatherer societies have documented this acceleration mechanism operating in real time through practices like formal introductions, shared kinship terminology extended to non-biological relations, and elaborate systems of trade partnership and ritual alliance that span enormous geographic distances. Among groups across Australia, the Americas and Africa, individuals separated by hundreds of miles and no direct blood relation whatsoever maintained named, formalized relationships, sometimes inherited across generations, that obligated mutual hospitality, shared resources, and crucially, safe sleeping arrangements whenever one party travelled into the other's territory. These formalized relationships, sometimes studied under terms like fictive kinship, extend the language and emotional weight of family bonds, brother, sister, cousin, to individuals connected through choice, alliance, or ritual rather than biology. Calling an unrelated trading partner by a kinship term was rarely just polite convention. It appears to have functioned as a genuine social and psychological mechanism, activating, at least partially, the same trust-related neural and hormonal systems that biological kinship would normally trigger, effectively borrowing the deep ancient machinery of family trust and extending it deliberately to individuals outside any actual bloodline. Shared ritual offered another powerful accelerant. Coordinated group activities, communal dancing, synchronized singing, shared ceremonial practices repeated across many participants at once have been shown in modern research to produce measurable increases in oxytocin and measurable increases in felt social bonding among participants, even among individuals who had no prior relationship before the ritual began. Anthropological and archaeological evidence suggests that ritual gatherings bringing together otherwise separate bands sometimes at significant geographic remove from any single group's normal territory, occurred across an enormous range of ancient human societies, and these gatherings likely served, among other functions, as accelerated trust-building events specifically designed to make safe shared sleeping arrangements between previously unfamiliar groups possible. Gift exchange, too, appears across nearly every studied human society as a mechanism intimately tied to trust and obligation. The deliberate giving of a valued object, food, a crafted tool, an ornament, to an individual outside one's immediate kin group creates what anthropologists studying gift economies often describe as a durable social debt, a felt obligation of reciprocity that binds giver and receiver together in an ongoing relationship extending well beyond the single moment of exchange. This binding function appears to have operated in many documented societies as a direct precursor to extending shared sleeping space, the gift effectively functioning as a kind of accelerated down payment on trust that would otherwise have required far more time to accumulate through observation alone. What unites language, fictive kinship, shared ritual, and gift exchange is their shared underlying function. Each represents a distinctly human method for compressing the timeline of trust, for achieving through deliberate social technology what would otherwise have required the slow, gradual, purely biological accumulation of repeated safe exposure described in earlier chapters. No other animal, as far as current research can determine, possesses anything resembling this capacity to extend meaningful, functional trust to a genuine stranger within hours or days rather than months or years, based not on direct personal experience, but on inherited social information and deliberately constructed symbolic bonds. This capacity carried enormous practical advantages across human prehistory. It allowed bands facing local resource shortage to travel safely into the territory of allied groups and find genuine shelter and genuine rest rather than continued exposure and danger. It allowed knowledge, technology, and genetic diversity to flow between otherwise separate populations far more readily than would have been possible if every single individual interaction required months of slow, ground-up trust accumulation before any meaningful cooperation, including shared sleep, became possible. It is difficult to overstate how significant this advantage likely was across the long, uncertain span of human evolutionary history. And yet, it is worth noting honestly that this accelerated trust mechanism never fully replaced the slower, more biological process described throughout earlier chapters. Even today, formal introduction, reputation, and social vouching can open a door, can grant initial access to a shared space or a shared meal, but the deepest, most undefended levels of trust, the kind required for truly relaxed deep sleep beside another person, still appear to require some accumulation of direct, repeated embodied experience. Language could accelerate the process. It does not appear, even now, to be able to fully replace it. This distinction matters for understanding the full shape of the story being told here. Human trust, even at its most sophisticated and most symbolically constructed, never fully detached itself from the older, slower, biological foundation built originally around fire, proximity, scent, and accumulated shared experience. Language and ritual and reputation added new tools, powerful tools, capable of opening doors far more quickly than biology alone ever could, but they were always built on top of, and remained dependent on, the same ancient nervous system architecture. This entire story has been tracing from its earliest, most vulnerable beginnings. Having traced this long arc, from the basic biological danger of unconsciousness, through fire and spatial arrangement, through hormones and dreaming and the physical architecture of ancient camps, through the living evidence of contemporary hunter-gatherer sleep, through the layered sensory machinery of breath and scent and warmth, and finally through language's remarkable capacity to accelerate trust between true strangers, it becomes possible to look honestly, and without judgment, at how dramatically human sleeping conditions have shifted across the very recent span of modern history, and to ask what, if anything, may have been quietly lost along the way. It is worth considering one further mechanism through which language likely accelerated trust, beyond simple reputation and vouching, namely the capacity for explicit verbal reassurance itself. A stranger who could communicate directly, explaining their intentions, their origins, their reasons for seeking shelter or alliance, offered the receiving group genuinely useful information that no amount of silent observation alone could provide nearly as efficiently. Even imperfect, halting communication across different dialects or languages, something anthropologists studying contact between distinct linguistic groups have documented repeatedly throughout history, appears to have meaningfully reduced perceived threat compared to entirely wordless encounters between strangers. This capacity for direct verbal negotiation likely interacted closely with the formalized alliance systems described earlier in this chapter, providing the practical mechanism through which those alliances were actually established and maintained across generations. A trade partnership inherited across multiple generations required some reliable way of communicating its existence and its obligations to newly arrived individuals on both sides. A function language was uniquely suited to perform, carrying detailed, specific information across time and across individuals in a way that purely behavioral or ritual signals alone could never achieve with comparable precision. Storytelling itself, a practice anthropologists have documented as nearly universal across studied human cultures, likely served an important function directly relevant to this story, beyond its more commonly discussed roles in entertainment and cultural transmission. Stories about trustworthy or untrustworthy individuals, about successful or failed alliances, about the consequences of extending or withholding trust in specific past situations, would have provided listeners with a kind of vicarious social experience, learning lessons about whom to trust without needing to personally undergo every relevant encounter themselves. This vicarious learning likely accelerated the development of sophisticated, nuanced, trust-related judgment across entire communities, multiplying the effective social experience available to any single individual well beyond what their own personal encounters alone could have provided. Considered together, reputation, fictive kinship, ritual, gift exchange, direct verbal negotiation and storytelling form an interlocking system of social technologies, each one reinforcing and amplifying the others, all of them ultimately serving the same underlying function this entire story has been tracing: extending the deep ancient biological machinery of trust, originally built to operate slowly across direct kinship and prolonged personal exposure, outward to the much wider, much more flexible and much more rapidly assembled networks of cooperation that allowed human societies to grow larger, more complex and more capable than any other species' social structures have ever managed to become. It is worth pausing to consider how rare this overall capacity remains across the rest of the animal kingdom, even among other notably intelligent and social species. Chimpanzees, despite considerable social complexity and demonstrated capacity for cooperation within their own troop, show little evidence of anything resembling formalized symbolic alliance systems, extending trust to entire unrelated communities through inherited social agreement. Dolphins, similarly intelligent and similarly social, form complex alliances within their own pods, but show no evidence of the kind of cross-group, multi-generational trade and kinship networks documented across virtually every studied human hunter-gatherer society. This comparative rarity underscores just how significant an evolutionary achievement the human system this chapter has described genuinely represents. Other species solved aspects of group cooperation and group safety in their own ways, sometimes quite sophisticated ways, but none appear to have developed anything closely resembling the combination of language-mediated reputation, symbolic kinship extension, ritual bonding, and reciprocal gift obligation that allowed human trust to expand so dramatically beyond the boundaries of direct accumulated personal experience. Whatever combination of cognitive and social pressures eventually produced this capacity, within the human lineage, its consequences proved transformative, not only for sleep but for nearly every subsequent dimension of human social and technological development. It is worth closing this chapter by noting how directly this entire chain of social technology connects back to the central image this story opened with: a small group of strangers lying down together beneath an open sky, trusting one another enough to surrender fully to unconsciousness. None of that scene would have been possible without language's capacity to accelerate trust, without reputation travelling ahead of a stranger's arrival, without the shared rituals and gift exchanges that bound otherwise unconnected individuals into something resembling extended kinship. Fire alone could never have produced that scene. Biology alone, however patient, would have taken considerably longer to produce it as well. It required this entire layered system, biological and cultural together, each reinforcing the other, to finally make it possible for genuine strangers to become, within a meaningfully short span of time, people safe enough to sleep beside. Before any human being learns to extend trust toward a true stranger, before any individual experiences the slow, accumulated process of welcoming an unrelated newcomer into a sleeping circle, nearly everyone first practices an early, smaller version of that same lesson within the bounds of their own family. Siblings sharing a sleeping space during childhood represent, in a sense, a kind of natural training ground for exactly the biological and social machinery this entire story has been tracing, a low-stakes kin-protected rehearsal for the much larger task of learning to trust non-kin later in life. Researchers studying childhood sleep arrangements across a wide range of cultures have found that children who share a sleeping space with siblings during early development often show measurable advantages in certain social and emotional domains compared to children who sleep entirely alone from infancy onward, including more readily developed skills in reading subtle social cues, greater apparent comfort with physical proximity to peers, and somewhat faster development of cooperative play behavior. While this research cannot fully isolate sleep arrangement from the many other factors that differ between families choosing different sleeping practices, the broad pattern fits comfortably within the larger framework this story has been building. The idea that repeated, safe nighttime proximity to another body genuinely shapes how readily an individual later extends comfort and trust to others. Twin studies offer a particularly clear, naturally controlled window into this same phenomenon. Identical twins who share a sleeping space throughout infancy and early childhood frequently display what researchers and parents alike often describe as an unusually deep, almost wordless mutual comfort and synchrony, falling asleep more readily in each other's presence, showing measurably reduced distress when briefly separated compared to twins or singletons sleeping apart from any sibling. Some researchers studying twin physiology have found measurable co-regulation of heart rate and breathing between sleeping twin infants remarkably similar in character to the adult co-regulation effects described in earlier chapters, suggesting the same underlying biological mechanism operates, in a sense, from the very earliest days of life onward, requiring no prior cultural learning or formal social experience to begin functioning. This early sibling and twin co-sleeping experience likely served an important function across human evolutionary history beyond its immediate comfort value. A child who grows up regularly sleeping beside a sibling, learning gradually and repeatedly that another nearby body can be trusted through the most vulnerable hours of unconsciousness, enters later life already equipped with a kind of practice template for what trusted nighttime proximity feels like. That early template likely made the later, larger task, eventually extending similar trust toward unrelated band members, considerably more achievable than it would have been for a hypothetical individual who had never experienced any form of safe shared sleep at all during their own early development. Birth order and family structure appear to have shaped this early training in subtle but measurable ways as well. Children with multiple siblings, particularly those raised in larger families or within extended multi-generational households of the kind described in earlier chapters covering global co-sleeping practices, typically accumulate considerably more cumulative experience of shared, trust-dependent sleep across childhood than only children raised in smaller, more isolated family units. Whether or how meaningfully this difference translates into measurable adult differences in social trust and comfort with proximity remains an area of ongoing research, but the underlying logic connects clearly to everything traced throughout this story regarding the accumulated, experience-dependent nature of trust-related biological calibration. Childhood fear of the dark, a remarkably common and well-documented phenomenon across virtually every studied human culture, deserves mention here as well, since it offers another small but telling piece of evidence for the deep evolutionary roots this story has traced throughout. Researchers studying childhood fears have found that fear of darkness, and specifically fear of being alone in darkness, emerges with striking consistency across cultures and historical periods, regardless of how genuinely safe a given child's actual sleeping environment happens to be. This consistency suggests the fear reflects something considerably older and more deeply embedded than any individual child's particular life experience, an inherited echo, plausibly, of the very real ancestral danger this entire story has described. Danger that, for the vast majority of human evolutionary history, made solitary nighttime darkness a genuinely life-threatening circumstance rather than merely an unsettling one. Interestingly, the same body of research has found that this fear of darkness reliably diminishes, both in reported intensity and in associated physiological stress markers, when a child sleeps in close proximity to a trusted parent, sibling, or even, in many documented cases, a beloved pet compared to sleeping entirely alone in an otherwise identical room. This finding offers direct, measurable, present-day confirmation of the core mechanism this entire story has been tracing from its earliest chapters. It is not primarily the physical environment itself, the walls, the locked door, the modern security system, that the deep, ancient parts of the nervous system register as true safety, but rather the felt presence of trusted, familiar company nearby. Many cultures have developed specific bedtime rituals explicitly designed to ease this universal childhood transition into nighttime vulnerability, rituals that, examined closely, often replicate in miniature the same elements this story has identified as central to ancestral adult sleep safety. A bedtime story told softly in a parent's familiar voice echoes the unhurried fireside conversation described in earlier chapters covering contemporary hunter-gatherer evening routines. A nightlight left burning through the night offers a small modern echo of the ancient hearth fire, pushing back darkness just enough to satisfy some old, inherited expectation. A favoured stuffed animal or blanket retained as a source of comfort well past infancy in many documented cultures may function as a kind of substitute companion, providing at least a partial simulation of trusted, warm, nearby presence even in genuine physical solitude. Taken together, these patterns suggest that the deep biological and social machinery this story has traced across the long arc of human evolutionary history is not something that switches on suddenly in adulthood, fully formed and ready to extend trust toward unfamiliar band members for the first time. It begins building from the very earliest days of life, refined gradually through sibling proximity, parental presence, and the countless small bedtime rituals that nearly every human culture has independently developed to ease children through exactly the same fundamental vulnerability this entire story has been exploring from its opening chapter onward. Understanding this early developmental dimension adds a final, important layer of completeness to the broader story this script has told. The capacity for deep, trusting human sleep among non-kin was never simply an evolutionary trait that appeared, switch-like, somewhere in human prehistory and then operated identically and automatically across every subsequent generation. It is instead a capacity that must be rebuilt in its essential outline within every single human life, beginning in earliest childhood and continuing to develop and recalibrate across the full span of that life, drawing on the same ancient biological tools, fear of darkness, comfort in trusted proximity, gradual habituation through repeated safe exposure that first allowed our distant ancestors to close their eyes beside people who were not, strictly speaking, family at all. One further detail from this body of research deserves a brief mention before moving forward, concerning the particular comfort many adults report finding in the sound of another person's gentle, rhythmic breathing during sleep, a comfort that researchers studying sleep and attachment have traced back, in part, to exactly this early childhood foundation. Adults who experienced consistent, reassuring co-sleeping or close nighttime proximity during their own early development often report, decades later, an unusually strong, almost automatic sense of calm, specifically triggered by the sound of slow, steady breathing nearby, a kind of deep, embodied memory that appears to persist largely unchanged across an entire lifetime, evidence of just how early and how thoroughly this particular thread of the larger story this script has told begins weaving itself into the architecture of a single human mind. It is also worth noting how transitional objects, the blankets, stuffed animals, and other comfort items so commonly relied upon by young children navigating the move toward more independent sleep, have themselves been the subject of considerable developmental research. Psychologists studying these objects have generally concluded that they function as genuine psychological tools, allowing a child to internalize and externally represent a sense of safety and continuity, even during periods of reduced direct caregiver presence. Considered through the lens of this story, transitional objects can be understood as a kind of developmentally appropriate bridge, helping a child gradually extend the deep, embodied trust first built through direct physical proximity toward a more symbolic, more portable form of reassurance, a small early echo of the same broader human capacity for extending trust through symbol and representation that later chapters of this story identified as central to how adult humans eventually learned to extend trust toward genuine strangers as well. Step outside the small number of remaining hunter-gatherer societies discussed in earlier chapters and into the much larger, much more varied landscape of the world's agricultural and post-agricultural cultures, and a striking pattern emerges almost immediately. Solitary, individually enclosed sleep, so often treated as the default natural human arrangement within modern Western discourse, turns out to be a minority practice when measured against the full breadth of documented human cultures across history and across the present day. The overwhelming majority of cultures studied by anthropologists across Asia, Africa, Latin America, and indigenous communities throughout the world continue to practice some meaningful form of shared sleeping space, particularly though not exclusively involving young children and their caregivers. Cross-cultural surveys of infant and child sleeping arrangements, conducted across dozens of distinct societies, have found that solitary infant sleep, an infant placed alone in a separate room from any caregiver, represents a genuinely unusual practice when considered against the global and historical baseline, common primarily within relatively recent Western industrialized contexts, and largely absent or actively discouraged across the majority of the world's documented cultures. In most studied societies, infants and young children sleep in close physical proximity to at least one caregiver, often within arm's reach, sometimes within direct physical contact, for a period extending well beyond infancy, and often into early or even middle childhood. This pattern aligns closely with everything traced throughout earlier chapters regarding the deep evolutionary importance of proximity, warmth, and shared breath during sleep, particularly during the most vulnerable stages of human development. Infants, lacking any independent capacity to regulate their own body temperature, breathing rhythm, or basic safety, appear to benefit measurably from close caregiver proximity during sleep, with some research suggesting that an infant's own physiological regulation, including breathing pattern stability, may be partially supported by the presence of a nearby caregiver's body, echoing in miniature the same co-regulation mechanisms described earlier in adult contexts. Japan offers a particularly well-documented example of how communal sleeping arrangements persist and adapt within a thoroughly modern, technologically advanced society. The traditional practice of kawa-no-ji, literally translating to something like sleeping in the shape of the character for river, describes a family sleeping arrangement in which a child rests between two parents, the three bodies forming a pattern resembling the strokes of the corresponding written character. This practice has persisted across generations even as Japanese housing and broader social structures have modernized considerably, suggesting a genuine cultural and perhaps biological resilience underlying the preference for close family proximity during sleep, even within a society otherwise organized around considerable formality and individual space during waking hours. Scandinavian countries offer a different, equally instructive variation worth examining. The widespread Nordic practice of placing infants and young children to nap outdoors, often in prams left in gardens or even on balconies in genuinely cold weather, while a caregiver remains nearby and attentive within the home, might initially appear to contradict the close proximity model described throughout this story. Closer examination reveals it does not. Researchers studying this practice have found that caregivers maintain careful auditory and sometimes visual monitoring throughout the nap, frequently checking with the outdoor arrangement understood within Nordic culture as providing health benefits from fresh air rather than representing genuine reduced supervision or reduced felt connection between caregiver and child. Many cultures across sub-Saharan Africa maintain sleeping arrangements organized around extended multi-generational households rather than the nuclear family unit more typical of much of the industrialized West, with grandparents, parents, children, and sometimes more distant relatives sharing sleeping space within a single dwelling or compound. Anthropological research within several such communities has documented children sleeping in rotating proximity to different family members across different nights, a flexible arrangement that, considered through the lens of this story's earlier chapters, may function as a continuous, ongoing form of trust building and trust maintenance across an entire extended kinship network, rather than concentrating that bond within only a single primary caregiving relationship. Latin American cultures studied by researchers interested in sleep practices frequently show strong cultural emphasis on what is sometimes described, within the relevant anthropological literature, as cuerpo a cuerpo or body-to-body sleep, particularly though not exclusively during infancy, with mothers and infants commonly sharing the same sleeping surface for an extended period, sometimes years, and broader family co-sleeping remaining common well beyond infancy across many studied communities. Researchers have noted that within these cultural contexts, parents frequently express genuine puzzlement or concern when informed of Western recommendations for early, strict, solitary infant sleep, viewing the practice as potentially distressing for the child rather than developmentally beneficial. It would be a significant oversimplification, however, to suggest that co-sleeping practices around the world are uniform, or that they exist without genuine debate and genuine variation even within individual cultures. Within many societies, including several discussed here, considerable internal variation exists according to socio-economic circumstance, available housing space, urban versus rural setting, and generational shifts in attitude, sometimes influenced by exposure to globalized parenting advice originating from quite different cultural traditions. The picture, examined closely, is one of genuine diversity and ongoing cultural negotiation, not a single, fixed, universal pattern. What remains striking across this diversity, though, is the underlying consistency of the deeper pattern this entire story has traced. Even where specific practices vary considerably, close physical proximity during at least some significant portion of sleep, particularly though not exclusively during the most vulnerable early years of life, appears as a recurring, widespread theme across the overwhelming majority of documented human cultures, modern industrialized societies that have shifted strongly towards solitary infant and child sleep, representing the comparative outlier against this broader, global and historical pattern, rather than representing the natural or default human baseline that more solitary sleep-oriented societies sometimes assume themselves to be. Researchers studying the health and developmental outcomes associated with these different practices have generally found a complex picture, with both potential benefits and potential risks associated with various forms of co-sleeping, depending heavily on specific implementation, surface safety, and cultural context, a nuanced finding that resists easy summary in either direction. What the research does consistently support, however, is the deeper underlying biological reality this entire story is traced from its earliest chapters. Physical proximity to trusted others during sleep engages real, measurable physiological systems, oxytocin release, cortisol reduction, breathing and heart rate co-regulation, systems built across an enormous span of evolutionary time and clearly still active and responsive within human biology today, regardless of which particular cultural form that proximity happens to take. Considered together, this wide tour across modern co-sleeping practices, from Japanese family bedrooms to Scandinavian garden prams, to multi-generational African compounds, to Latin American body-to-body infant care, reveals something important about the broader story this script has been telling. The ancient need for trusted proximity during sleep did not simply vanish with the arrival of agriculture, settled architecture, or modern industrialization. It persisted, adapting itself into an enormous range of specific cultural forms, each one finding its own particular way of honoring, consciously or not, the same deep evolutionary inheritance first established around firelit circles on the open plains of an unrecorded prehistoric night. It is also worth noting how attitudes toward adult co-sleeping, beyond the parent-child relationship already discussed, vary considerably across the modern world in ways that further illustrate this same underlying diversity. In several Mediterranean and Middle Eastern cultures, extended family members, particularly elderly relatives, frequently continue sharing sleeping space with younger family members well into old age, an arrangement understood within those cultural contexts as a natural, even expected continuation of lifelong family closeness, rather than an unusual or noteworthy departure from typical adult independence. Researchers studying elder well-being within these cultural contexts have found generally positive associations between this continued co-sleeping practice and measures of psychological well-being among elderly participants, though, as with much of the cross-cultural research discussed throughout this story, disentangling the specific contribution of sleep proximity from the broader pattern of sustained family closeness remains genuinely difficult. What emerges from this broader survey is a picture of remarkable human flexibility, operating atop a remarkably consistent underlying biological foundation. The precise cultural form that trusted nighttime proximity takes, whether a child sleeping between two parents in the shape of a river character, an infant napping outdoors under careful caregiver supervision, an extended family rotating sleeping companions across a shared compound, or an elderly relative continuing to share space with younger generations, varies considerably according to climate, housing, economic circumstance, and inherited cultural tradition. But underneath all of that genuine variation, the same ancient biological systems described throughout earlier chapters, oxytocin release, cortisol reduction, breathing and heart rate co-regulation, appear to respond with remarkable consistency to whatever particular form of trusted proximity a given culture has developed. Evidence that the deep evolutionary story this script has traced remains every bit as active and relevant within the modern world as it was within the firelit circles of deep prehistory. If trust made deep sleep among strangers possible for early human bands, it is worth asking an honest, slightly less comfortable question about how that achievement evolved once human societies grew larger, more stratified, and more unequal than the small, relatively flat hunter-gatherer bands this story has focused on so far. The answer, drawn from both historical and archaeological evidence, suggests something important. The depth, safety, and reliability of sleep has never been distributed equally across all members of any sufficiently large or hierarchical human society, and that inequality offers its own quiet window into how seriously human cultures, across history, have continued to treat sleep as a genuine marker of social trust and social position. Consider the architecture of palaces, fortified manor houses, and elite residences across a wide range of historical civilizations. Within nearly every such structure studied by historians, the sleeping quarters of the ruling or wealthy household occupied the most heavily protected, most carefully secured interior spaces available, layered behind guards, walls, locked doors, and often considerable physical distance from the household's outer boundary. This pattern reflects, in concentrated and exaggerated architectural form, exactly the same underlying logic this story has traced from its earliest chapters. Sleep represents profound vulnerability, and those with the resources to do so have consistently invested heavily in defending that vulnerability as completely as possible. Servants and household staff within these same elite residences, by contrast, frequently slept in considerably less protected, more peripheral locations, sometimes in shared communal quarters, sometimes even outside formal sleeping rooms entirely, positioned near doorways or entry points specifically so that their presence could serve a protective function for the household's more securely positioned core. This arrangement reveals an uncomfortable but historically well-documented reality, that the ancient logic of trusted proximity offering mutual protection could be, and frequently was, restructured by social hierarchy into something closer to one-directional protection, lower status individuals positioned to absorb risk on behalf of higher status individuals, rather than the genuinely reciprocal mutual vigilance described in earlier chapters covering small-scale hunter-gatherer bands. This stratification of sleep safety extended across many historical societies into far more severe forms still. The condition of enslaved individuals across numerous historical periods and numerous regions of the world frequently included explicit, deliberate restriction of safe, undisturbed sleep as a documented mechanism of control, ranging from cramped, unsafe sleeping quarters offering minimal protection from weather or violence, to the outright denial of adequate rest as a tool of domination. Historians and researchers studying the lasting effects of these conditions have documented intergenerational patterns of sleep disruption persisting within affected communities long after the original conditions of enslavement formally ended, a sobering reminder that the deep biological systems this story has traced are not immune to deliberate, sustained human cruelty, and that disruption to safe sleep carries consequences extending across generations. Warfare and military history offer another instructive angle on this same theme. Throughout recorded history, the deliberate disruption of an enemy's sleep through nighttime raids, sustained noise, or psychological pressure designed to prevent genuine rest has been employed repeatedly as a recognized tactic of warfare, precisely because commanders across vastly different eras and cultures intuitively understood what this story has traced through scientific evidence. A population denied safe, trusted sleep becomes measurably weaker, both physically and psychologically, considerably more vulnerable to subsequent attack or to simple capitulation born of sheer accumulated exhaustion. Modern sleep researchers studying the physiological effects of sustained sleep deprivation have confirmed, through controlled laboratory study, exactly what ancient military commanders apparently understood through hard-won practical experience. Sustained sleep deprivation produces measurable impairment across nearly every studied domain of cognitive and physical function, decision-making, emotional regulation, immune response, even basic motor coordination, impairments that accumulate with remarkable speed, and that can persist for some time even after normal sleep resumes. This research provides a clear, modern scientific confirmation of just how seriously sleep deprivation undermines a person's overall capacity, lending considerable weight to the deep evolutionary stakes this entire story has been built around from its earliest chapters. Within more peaceful historical contexts, social status continued to shape access to safe, restorative sleep in less dramatic but still measurable ways. Studies examining historical records of sleeping arrangements within crowded early industrial cities have documented severe overcrowding among poorer urban populations, sometimes involving multiple unrelated individuals or even entire unrelated families sharing single rooms or even single beds out of sheer economic necessity rather than chosen trust-based communal arrangement. This kind of forced, economically necessitated proximity differs in an important way from the voluntary, gradually trust-built proximity this story is otherwise described, and researchers studying historical accounts from these periods have found frequent documented complaints of poor sleep quality, anxiety, and conflict arising from these crowded, often involuntary sleeping arrangements. A useful reminder that proximity alone, without the accumulated trust this story has emphasized throughout, does not automatically produce the deep, restful sleep this entire narrative has been describing. This distinction between voluntary, trust-accumulated proximity and forced, economically necessitated proximity deserves particular emphasis because it clarifies something important about the underlying mechanism this story has traced. It was never simple physical closeness alone that produced deep, restful human sleep throughout evolutionary history. It was specifically trusted closeness accumulated through repeated safe exposure, shared cooperation, and the layered biological and social systems described across earlier chapters. Strip away that accumulated trust, replace it with forced proximity born of poverty, danger, or coercion, and the same physical closeness that once supported deep restorative rest can instead become a source of considerable additional stress and disruption. Modern research on sleep inequality continues to find measurable disparities in sleep quality and duration, correlating with socioeconomic status, even within contemporary, broadly peaceful industrialized societies. Lower-income populations across numerous studied countries consistently report higher rates of sleep disruption, shorter average sleep duration, and considerably higher rates of diagnosed sleep disorders compared to higher-income populations within the same broader society. Disparities researchers attribute to a combination of factors including housing quality, noise exposure, irregular and unpredictable work schedules, chronic financial stress, and reduced access to safe, quiet sleeping environments, factors that, taken together, closely echo the historical patterns of unequal access to safe rest described throughout this chapter. There is something worth holding on to from this admittedly sobering survey of sleep, status, and power across human history. The ancient biological machinery this entire story has traced, the deep need for safety, trust, and reliable protection in order to access full restorative rest, was never simply a quaint feature of small egalitarian hunter-gatherer bands, interesting only as historical or evolutionary trivia. It has remained genuinely, measurably active and consequential across every subsequent era of human social organization, shaping, often invisibly, who within any given society has reliably been able to access deep, restorative sleep, and who, through circumstances of status, poverty, or deliberate human cruelty, has been denied that same basic ancient biological need. Understanding this history offers a useful grounding perspective for appreciating just how genuinely fortunate any individual is, in any era, who reaches the end of a day with access to a safe, quiet, sufficiently undisturbed place to rest, surrounded, even loosely, by some form of trusted protection, whether that protection comes from locked doors and modern security systems, from a trusted partner sleeping nearby, or simply from the accumulated ordinary safety of a stable, peaceful environment. That access, so easily taken for granted by anyone fortunate enough to currently possess it, represents the successful, hard-won endpoint of an extraordinarily long evolutionary and historical struggle, one this entire story has been quietly tracing from its very first chapter onward. It is worth closing this particular thread with a brief look at how some modern institutions have begun deliberately, consciously applying the lessons this chapter has surveyed. Hospitals and care facilities in several countries have begun redesigning patient rooms specifically to allow family members to remain physically present overnight, moving away from older institutional models that prioritize clinical efficiency and patient isolation. Researchers studying this shift have found measurable improvements in patient sleep quality, reported anxiety levels, and even certain physical recovery metrics following the introduction of these family presence-friendly designs. A modern, deliberately engineered echo of the same ancient principle this entire story has traced, that the simple presence of trusted others measurably changes how safely and how deeply a human body is able to rest. Similarly, trauma-informed approaches within fields like social work, refugee resettlement, and disaster response have increasingly incorporated explicit attention to sleep safety and sleep proximity as part of broader recovery planning, recognizing that individuals who have experienced significant disruption or danger often benefit measurably from deliberately rebuilt access to safe, trusted sleeping companionship, whether through family reunification efforts, carefully designed shared housing, or simple, consistent caregiver presence during the most vulnerable early stages of recovery. These modern, deliberately designed interventions represent, in their own practical, applied way, a genuine continuation of the same ancient project this story has traced from its very beginning, the ongoing human effort to ensure that as many people as possible, across as many different circumstances as possible, can reliably access the deep, restorative safety that trusted nighttime proximity has always been capable of providing. Refugee camps and emergency shelters offer a particularly direct contemporary illustration of just how quickly this ancient need can resurface once ordinary social structures are disrupted. Researchers and humanitarian workers studying sleep conditions within displacement settings have repeatedly documented severe sleep disruption among displaced populations, driven not only by physical discomfort and genuine ongoing danger, but specifically by the sudden loss of familiar, trusted sleeping companions and familiar sleeping environments. Effective humanitarian responses increasingly recognize this dimension explicitly, prioritizing family reunification and stable, consistent small group housing arrangements within larger camp structures specifically, because experience has repeatedly shown that even temporary, deliberately reconstructed versions of trusted proximity measurably improve sleep and overall psychological well-being among displaced individuals, offering one more clear, modern confirmation of the deep evolutionary principle this entire story has traced from its very first chapter. It is worth pausing, near the close of this long story, to be genuinely honest about how much of what has been described across the preceding chapters rests on careful inference rather than direct, unambiguous proof. Prehistoric sleep itself left no recordings, no direct witnesses, no precise timestamps marking the exact moment any particular group first managed to sleep deeply beside a true stranger. What exists instead is a careful, converging accumulation of evidence, archaeological, biological, comparative, and ethnographic, that together point strongly and consistently in the same general direction, even while many of the finer details remain genuinely uncertain and actively debated among the researchers who study them. The precise timing of when fire use became fully habitual, for instance, remains a subject of ongoing scholarly disagreement, with some researchers favouring the earlier, more tentative evidence from sites like Wonderwerk Cave as indicating genuinely controlled, habitual use, while others argue that truly reliable daily fire maintenance did not become widespread until considerably later, closer to 400,000 years ago, when the archaeological evidence becomes far more abundant and far less ambiguous. This is not a minor technical dispute. It meaningfully affects how far back the broader trust-building transformation this story has described can be confidently dated, and different researchers, working from the same underlying body of evidence, continue to reach somewhat different conclusions. Similarly, the precise relationship between oxytocin and human trust remains an area of active, evolving research, rather than a fully settled scientific consensus. While the broad pattern described throughout this story, oxytocin's association with reduced threat perception and increased social bonding rests on a substantial and generally consistent body of research. Some more recent studies have found the hormone's effects to be considerably more context-dependent and more variable across individuals than earlier, simpler accounts sometimes suggested. The full picture appears to involve a complex interaction between oxytocin and numerous other neurochemical systems, an interaction that researchers are still working to fully map and understand. The interpretation of specific archaeological sites also remains genuinely contested in certain cases. The post holes and structural remains at sites like Terra Amata, while widely cited as evidence of deliberate shelter construction, have also been subject to alternative interpretations by some researchers, who have raised questions about whether certain features attributed to deliberate human construction might instead reflect natural geological processes or later disturbance of the site. Responsible engagement with this evidence requires acknowledging this kind of genuine scholarly disagreement, rather than presenting every individual archaeological claim as an unambiguous, settled fact. There is also an important methodological caution worth raising regarding the contemporary hunter-gatherer research discussed in earlier chapters. While studies of groups like the Hadza, San, and Simone offer genuinely valuable, carefully measured data, researchers conducting this work have themselves repeatedly cautioned against treating any single contemporary population as a direct, unmodified window into deep prehistoric life. Every studied group has its own particular history, including various forms of contact with surrounding agricultural, pastoral, or industrialized populations, and drawing overly literal conclusions about specific Paleolithic behaviors from any single modern community risks oversimplifying what was almost certainly a far more varied and locally specific reality across the enormous span of human prehistory and across the enormous range of environments early humans actually inhabited. It is also worth acknowledging directly that this story has necessarily focused on broad, generalized patterns drawn from an enormous and genuinely diverse range of human populations, environments, and historical periods, when the lived reality of any single ancient band would have involved countless specific local variations that no general account like this one can fully capture. Climate, available resources, regional predator populations, and countless other locally specific factors would have shaped the precise details of how trust, fire, and sleep safety actually unfolded for any particular group of ancestors. Details that the broad sweep of archaeological and comparative evidence can suggest only in outline, not in the kind of granular individual specificity that a precise historical record might otherwise provide. None of these genuine uncertainties undermine the broader, well-supported framework this story has presented. The core elements, the genuine biological danger of unconsciousness, the comparative rarity of deep social sleep among non-kin across the rest of the animal kingdom, the clear archaeological evidence for fire use and communal shelter construction developing across deep evolutionary time, the measurable role of oxytocin and related systems in human social bonding, and the consistent, well-documented patterns of communal proximity found across the overwhelming majority of studied human cultures, both ancient and contemporary, rest on a genuinely substantial and broadly convergent body of evidence. What remains uncertain are largely the finer details, the precise dates, the exact causal weighting between different contributing factors, rather than the fundamental shape of the story itself. This kind of honest acknowledgement of uncertainty is, in its own way, consistent with the spirit of careful, good scientific storytelling, and it offers something worth carrying forward as this long narrative draws toward its close. Understanding deep human history rarely means achieving perfect, unambiguous certainty about every detail. It means following the best available evidence as carefully and as honestly as possible, drawing reasonable, well-supported conclusions while remaining genuinely open to revision as new evidence and new research methods continue to emerge. Exactly the patient, careful, ongoing process that has produced everything this story has been able to share so far, and that will likely continue refining and deepening the same story for many years still to come. There is something quietly fitting, even comforting in this open-endedness, given the subject matter this entire story has explored. Just as ancient trust between unfamiliar individuals was never granted instantly or with absolute certainty, but built gradually through repeated evidence accumulated carefully over time, so too does scientific understanding of that same ancient trust continue to be built gradually, through repeated evidence, careful argument, and the patient, ongoing willingness of researchers to revise their conclusions as new information comes to light. The process of understanding how humans learn to trust one another, it turns out, mirrors in its own slow, careful, evidence-based way the very process it seeks to describe. This convergence between method and subject offers a fitting place to pause before the story's final reflections. Whatever the precise dates eventually settle upon, whatever future excavation or future genetic analysis reveals about the exact timeline this story has sketched in broad outline, the central, well-supported thread will almost certainly remain intact, that human beings, alone among the animals studied so far, found a way to extend the deepest, most undefended hours of existence toward individuals they had not always known, and that this achievement, however precisely it unfolded across the long, patient span of prehistory, reshaped what was biologically and socially possible for every generation that followed. It is worth adding, finally, that new research methods continue to refine and occasionally revise the picture this story has presented. Advances in ancient DNA analysis, increasingly sophisticated dating techniques applied to archaeological sediment, and improved methods for analysing microscopic residues on ancient tools and hearths have each, in recent years, added genuine new detail to the broader narrative this story has traced, sometimes confirming earlier hypotheses with greater precision, sometimes complicating them in genuinely interesting ways. This ongoing refinement is not a weakness of the story being told here. It is simply the normal, healthy condition of any genuinely active area of scientific inquiry, one in which the broad outline remains stable even as the fine details continue, appropriately, to sharpen with each new generation of careful research. There is a particular experience reported across nearly every studied human culture, sometimes called sleep paralysis, in which a person becomes briefly conscious while the muscular paralysis associated with REM sleep, described in an earlier chapter, has not yet fully lifted. For the duration of this episode, often only a minute or two but subjectively experienced as considerably longer, the person finds themselves fully awake in their own mind, yet completely unable to move, speak, or call out, frequently accompanied by an intense, often terrifying sense that another presence is somewhere nearby in the room, watching, waiting, sometimes even pressing down upon the chest. This experience, frightening as it is, offers a remarkably direct, almost unsettling window into exactly the ancient vulnerability this entire story has been tracing. The paralysis itself is, as discussed earlier, a deliberate evolutionarily ancient safety mechanism, designed to prevent a dreaming body from acting out its dreams. But when consciousness returns slightly ahead of that paralysis lifting, the result is a brief, genuine experience of exactly the state our ancestors would have found most dangerous. Full awareness paired with total physical helplessness, occurring specifically during the hours of deepest vulnerability that this entire story has described as requiring fire, trust, and accumulated safety in order to be survivable at all. Cross-cultural research on sleep paralysis has found a striking consistency in how the experience is interpreted across radically different societies, despite those societies having no direct historical contact with one another. Descriptions of a malevolent, watching presence during these episodes appear across cultures as varied as Japan, where the phenomenon is sometimes called kanashibari, parts of West Africa, where it is associated with specific spirit figures, Newfoundland, where it has historically been described as an encounter with what local tradition calls the old hag, and numerous indigenous communities across the Americas, each with its own specific cultural framing, yet sharing a remarkably similar underlying structure. helplessness paired with the unmistakable sense of a threatening nearby presence. Researchers studying this cross-cultural consistency have proposed that sleep paralysis may represent a kind of direct, unfiltered activation of exactly the ancient threat detection system this story has discussed throughout, triggered specifically by the deeply unusual and evolutionarily unprecedented combination of full consciousness and total physical helplessness occurring simultaneously. Because this combination would have been so rare and so genuinely dangerous across the deep span of human evolutionary history, occurring only in the narrow window when REM paralysis briefly outlasts the dream state itself, the brain's threat detection machinery, the same amygdala-centered system discussed in earlier chapters, appears to respond with unusually intense alarm, an alarm so strong that it frequently manufactures the vivid, specific sensation of an external threatening presence even when no actual external danger exists at all. This hypothesis connects directly back to the core evolutionary logic this story has traced from its opening chapter. A genuinely defenseless body, conscious enough to register danger but physically unable to respond to it, represents precisely the scenario that the entire elaborate system of fire, trusted proximity, and staggered vigilance was originally built to prevent. Sleep paralysis, considered through this lens, is not a random or meaningless glitch in human neurology. It is, in a sense, the nervous system's most extreme and most literal expression of the ancient fear this entire story has been built around. The fear of facing the deepest vulnerability of unconsciousness entirely alone and entirely unprotected. Notably, researchers studying the frequency and intensity of sleep paralysis episodes have found measurable associations between the experience and factors closely connected to the broader themes explored throughout this story, including sleep deprivation, irregular sleep schedules, and, perhaps most relevantly, sleeping alone in an unfamiliar or felt to be unsafe environment. Several studies have found modestly but consistently higher reported rates of sleep paralysis among individuals sleeping in isolation compared to those regularly sleeping near a trusted companion, a finding that fits naturally within the broader framework. This story has developed regarding the deep biological link between felt safety and the depth and quality of sleep itself. This connection offers a genuinely practical present-day illustration of why this entire long evolutionary story still matters beyond its historical and biological interest alone. Sleep paralysis, an experience that can feel genuinely frightening and even traumatic to those who undergo it, particularly when culturally unexplained, appears to be at least partly modulated by exactly the kind of ancient safety architecture this story has traced from its earliest chapters: fire, trusted proximity, accumulated security. Understanding this connection does not eliminate the experience entirely, since the underlying neurological mechanism remains active across virtually all human sleepers, regardless of their circumstances. But it does offer a grounding, demystifying context, transforming what might otherwise feel like an inexplicable, isolated personal terror into a recognizable, well-studied expression of an ancient and broadly shared human vulnerability, one with a clear evolutionary logic behind it rather than any genuine external threat. Nightmares more broadly, beyond the specific phenomenon of sleep paralysis, show a related pattern worth briefly noting here as well. Research on nightmare frequency has found measurable associations with stress, environmental insecurity, and disrupted social support, with individuals experiencing genuine hardship or instability in their waking lives frequently reporting correspondingly increased nightmare frequency and intensity. This pattern fits comfortably within the broader threat simulation framework discussed in an earlier chapter, suggesting that the sleeping brain's threat rehearsal machinery responds dynamically to perceived real-world danger, intensifying its nighttime simulations precisely when waking circumstances suggest that heightened vigilance might be genuinely warranted. Taken together, sleep paralysis and nightmare frequency offer two related, modern, measurable echoes of the same deep evolutionary story this entire script has traced from its opening chapter onward. They are not separate, unrelated curiosities of human neurology, but rather direct, ongoing expressions of the same ancient negotiation between vulnerability and safety that has shaped human sleep across hundreds of thousands of years, still quietly active within every sleeping human brain today, still calibrating itself, moment by moment and night by night, according to how safe, how trusted, and how accompanied that particular sleeper happens to feel. Understanding this connection offers one final useful piece of grounding before this story turns toward its closing reflections. The fear that occasionally surfaces in the dark, whether as a half-remembered nightmare, a brief and disorienting episode of sleep paralysis, or simply an unexplained moment of unease before sleep finally arrives, is not a personal failing or an irrational overreaction to nothing. It is, in a very real and well-documented sense, an old, inherited voice, carried forward across an almost unimaginable span of evolutionary time, still doing exactly the job it was originally built to do, checking, however imperfectly and however disproportionately, to actual present-day risk, that the deepest and most undefended hours of existence remain, as they were for so very long, genuinely safe to enter. It is worth adding one further, gentler observation here before moving on, because it offers a useful counterbalance to the somewhat unsettling material this chapter has covered. Just as fear and threat detection appear deeply woven into the ancient architecture of sleep, so too, as earlier chapters have shown in considerable detail, does comfort, trust, and the measurable physiological calm that comes from safe, familiar proximity. The same nervous system capable of producing the vivid terror of sleep paralysis is, on the overwhelming majority of ordinary nights, instead producing exactly the opposite experience. A quiet, settled, undisturbed descent into rest, precisely because the ancient checklist this entire story has described, fire, familiar breath, trusted scent, accumulated safety, continues finding what it is looking for far more often than it does not. The invention of agriculture, beginning roughly 12,000 years ago in several separate regions of the world, transformed nearly every dimension of human life, and sleep was no exception. Settled farming communities, unlike the mobile hunter-gatherer bands this story has focused on throughout most of its earlier chapters, required permanent or semi-permanent dwellings capable of protecting stored grain, domesticated animals, and accumulated material possessions, in addition to protecting the sleeping bodies of the people living within them. This shift in priorities gradually introduced a new architectural element into human sleeping arrangements that earlier mobile bands had rarely needed in the same form: the solid, enclosing wall. Early agricultural settlements examined archaeologically show a clear and steady trend toward increasingly substantial, increasingly enclosed dwelling structures across the millennia following the initial transition to farming. Where earlier hunter-gatherer camps typically organized sleeping space around an open, visible central fire, with sight lines connecting every sleeping body to every other sleeping body, exactly as described in earlier chapters of this story. Early farming villages increasingly divided that same communal visibility into separate walled household units, each typically maintaining its own hearth, rather than relying on a single shared communal fire serving the entire group. This architectural shift carried significant implications for the trust-based sleep system this story has traced throughout its earlier chapters. The walled household, while offering genuine new advantages, including protection from weather, storage security, and a degree of privacy unavailable within open camp arrangements, also began to fragment the single, unified, mutually visible sleeping circle that had characterized human life for the overwhelming majority of the preceding evolutionary period. Trust, which had previously been built and maintained through the shared, visible, communal experience of an entire band sleeping together around one fire, increasingly became organized instead around smaller, more separated household units, each maintaining its own internal trust network while interacting with neighboring households through more deliberate, more bounded forms of daytime social contact. It would be inaccurate to suggest this transition eliminated communal trust-based sleep entirely, even within early agricultural contexts. Evidence from numerous early farming settlements, including the densely packed dwellings at Catalhoyuk, discussed in an earlier chapter, demonstrates that early agricultural communities frequently maintained considerable continued closeness and continued shared structure between households, even as formal walls began appearing between individual family units. The transition toward more enclosed, more separated sleeping arrangements unfolded gradually across many centuries and many distinct regional contexts, rather than occurring as a single, sudden break from the older communal pattern. domesticated animals introduced their own important new dimension to this evolving picture. As communities began keeping livestock, many early farming households incorporated animal shelter directly into or immediately adjacent to human living and sleeping space, a practice documented archaeologically and continuing in modified form within numerous traditional farming communities around the world even today. This close proximity between humans and their domesticated animals during sleep likely provided some of the same warmth, ambient sound, and passive vigilance benefits described in earlier chapters regarding domesticated dogs, extended now to a broader range of species whose own alertness to unfamiliar disturbance could supplement the household's overall safety, even as the larger communal band structure gradually gave way to smaller household units. The rise of early towns and eventually cities introduced yet another layer of complexity to this evolving story. Dense urban settlements, beginning with some of the earliest known cities in Mesopotamia and the Indus Valley several thousand years ago, brought together far larger numbers of people than any hunter-gatherer band or early farming village had previously included, but did so in a context where most of those people remained genuine strangers to one another, never accumulating the kind of slow, repeated, direct, personal trust this story is emphasized as the original biological foundation for safe communal sleep. This created an entirely new social challenge, one that early urban societies addressed through an expanding range of formal institutions, written law, organized policing, religious and civic structures, designed to provide a kind of substitute, institutionally mediated safety in place of the direct personal trust that smaller ancestral bands had relied upon. This institutional substitution represents a genuinely significant development worth pausing on. Where early human bands secured safe sleep through fire, accumulated personal familiarity, and oxytocin-mediated biological trust extended gradually toward known individuals, early cities increasingly secured safety through impersonal mechanisms, walls around the entire settlement rather than simply around individual households, formally appointed guards and watchmen performing a more specialized, professionalized version of the staggered vigilance once distributed organically across an entire band, and written codes of law providing consequences for violations of trust that no longer depended on the violator's reputation being personally known to every potential victim. These institutional mechanisms, while genuinely effective in many respects, operate through a fundamentally different psychological pathway than the direct embodied trust this story has traced throughout its earlier chapters. A locked door secured by civic law enforcement provides real, measurable protection, but it does not by itself trigger the same oxytocin release, the same amygdala threat response reduction, the same deep physiological sense of safety that direct accumulated personal familiarity with one's actual sleeping companions once provided so reliably for ancestral bands. This mismatch between genuinely effective modern institutional protection and the older, more direct biological trust system this story has emphasized throughout may help explain why, as discussed in a later chapter of this story, measurable rates of sleep difficulty and chronic loneliness can remain surprisingly high, even within modern societies offering historically unprecedented levels of formal physical security. It is worth noting too that even as cities grew larger and more anonymous, smaller pockets of the older, more direct communal trust system persisted and continued to matter enormously within urban life, organized around extended family households, close neighborhood networks, religious congregations, and various other forms of voluntary association that allowed at least some portion of any given individual's life to remain organized around the kind of accumulated, personally verified trust this story has identified as biologically foundational. Many historians and sociologists studying urban life across different eras have noted that the well-being of city residents has frequently depended heavily on the strength of exactly these smaller, more direct trust networks, even within otherwise large, impersonal urban environments, a pattern that aligns closely with the deeper evolutionary story this script has traced from its earliest chapters onward. Considered as a whole, the long transition from open hunter-gatherer fire circles through walled agricultural households to dense, institutionally governed cities represents one of the most significant transformations in the entire history of human sleep, a transformation that, this story would suggest, has never fully resolved the underlying tension it introduced. Modern humans continue carrying the same ancient biological machinery this entire script has described, still quietly seeking the particular markers of direct embodied trust that fire and shared firelight circles once reliably provided, even while living within societies that have, for entirely understandable and often genuinely beneficial reasons, increasingly organized safety around walls, laws and institutions rather than around the warm, visible, mutually familiar circle of trusted companions that shaped this story's biology in the first place. There is a final worthwhile observation to add here regarding how some elements of the older system have managed to persist, even within the most institutionally governed modern environments. Military units, emergency response teams, and various other modern groups whose members must rely on one another under conditions of genuine shared risk, frequently report rebuilding, often quite deliberately, something closely resembling the ancient fire circle trust system. This story is traced throughout shared sleeping quarters, deliberately structured opportunities for informal bonding, rotating watch duties distributed across the group rather than delegated entirely to external security alone. These modern, deliberately reconstructed trust systems offer a final, telling piece of evidence for just how deeply and how persistently the ancient architecture this story has described continues shaping human behavior, surfacing again and again in slightly different form, wherever genuine shared vulnerability creates the same underlying need that first gave rise to it, around firelight on the open plains at the very beginning of this long story. Long-distance sailing crews offer one more instructive modern parallel worth briefly noting here. Historical and contemporary accounts of ocean voyages, where small groups of people remain confined together for weeks or months at a time, facing genuine shared danger from weather and isolation, repeatedly describe the deliberate cultivation of close personal trust among crew members as essential, not merely for morale, but for basic functional safety during sleep and rest periods, with experienced captains often actively structuring shared meals, informal storytelling, and rotating watch duties specifically to accelerate exactly the kind of trust building this story has traced throughout its many chapters. That experienced sailors, working from purely practical necessity rather than any awareness of the underlying evolutionary biology, would independently rediscover and rely upon this same basic formula offers one final, vivid confirmation of just how deeply this ancient pattern remains embedded within practical human wisdom, even now far from any literal fire, far from any literal prehistoric plane. If you're drifting now, let yourself go. Subscribe so the next story's waiting when you return. Sleep well. For the overwhelming majority of human existence, the kind of sleep described throughout this story, communal, fire-adjacent, surrounded by the breathing and warmth of trusted others, was not an unusual arrangement requiring special explanation. It was simply how sleep happened, the ordinary expected backdrop against which every human life across hundreds of thousands of years unfolded. The solitary bedroom, the single occupant sleeping entirely alone behind a closed and often locked door represents, by contrast, an almost vanishingly recent and historically unusual arrangement, one that has become widespread only across the past few centuries and in truly mainstream form only across the past several decades. Historians studying sleeping arrangements across different eras of recorded history have found that, even within societies that had long since developed permanent architecture, individual housing, and considerable material wealth, sharing a sleeping space with family members, with servants, sometimes even with travellers and guests, remained the overwhelming norm well into the early modern period across much of the world. Private, individually occupied bedrooms, taken for granted today across much of the industrialized world as an ordinary baseline expectation, were historically a marker of considerable wealth and status, available only to a small fraction of any given population. The widespread shift towards solitary, individually enclosed sleeping spaces accelerated dramatically alongside broader changes in housing, urbanization, and prevailing cultural attitudes toward privacy and individualism, particularly across the 19th and 20th centuries in industrializing nations. What had been, for the vast majority of human history, an unremarkable communal experience gradually came to be reframed, across a relatively short span of generations, as something requiring privacy, requiring separation, requiring walls and doors specifically designed to keep other people, even trusted family members, at a physical distance during the night. This shift did not happen because the ancient biological machinery this story has traced. The deep need for proximity, warmth, familiar breathing, accumulated trust simply switched itself off or became unnecessary. That machinery, built across an almost unimaginably long span of evolutionary time, does not disappear within a few generations of changed housing arrangements. It persists, largely unchanged, inside every modern human nervous system, regardless of whether the surrounding culture happens to currently provide the conditions that machinery originally evolved to expect. This mismatch may help explain a pattern that researchers studying modern sleep health have increasingly come to recognize. Rates of chronic insomnia and broader sleep dissatisfaction tend to be considerably higher within modern industrialized populations than within the small number of remaining traditional societies studied by researchers like those discussed in an earlier chapter, despite industrialized populations generally enjoying far greater material comfort, far more advanced medical care, and environments almost entirely free of the genuine predatory dangers that shaped human sleep architecture in the first place. Loneliness, more broadly, a condition that public health researchers across many industrialized nations have increasingly described in terms approaching a genuine epidemic, may share at least part of its underlying mechanism with this same disrupted sleep pattern. Chronic loneliness has been repeatedly associated, across a substantial body of research, with elevated cortisol levels, reduced sleep quality, and a range of negative downstream health outcomes that researchers increasingly understand as connected to the body's persistent, low-level activation of exactly the ancient threat detection systems this story has described, systems that, lacking the steady reassurance of trusted proximity, may simply continue running in a heightened watchful state far more often than they were ever evolutionarily designed to. None of this is intended as a simple condemnation of modern privacy or modern housing, both of which offer real and meaningful benefits, genuine personal autonomy, protection from certain kinds of interpersonal conflict and exploitation, accommodation for widely differing individual needs and preferences that a rigid communal arrangement could never fully serve. The story here is not one of straightforward decline from some imagined ancient perfection. It is instead a story of trade-offs, of gains made alongside losses, of an ancient biological system increasingly operating within conditions quite different from those it was originally built to expect. Interestingly, certain modern practices and preferences appear to represent an instinctive, if often unexamined, attempt to recreate at least some elements of the ancient communal sleep environment within an otherwise solitary modern context. The popularity of white noise machines and fan sounds during sleep, for instance, may partly function as a kind of substitute for the ambient, reassuring soundscape of a once shared sleeping space, filling an auditory gap that the ancient nervous system still seems, on some level, to expect to be filled. Weighted blankets, increasingly popular across recent years, appear to work in part by simulating something resembling the physical pressure and reassurance of another nearby body, even in the complete absence of an actual companion. Co-sleeping with pets, an extremely common practice across many modern households, may serve a related function, offering at least a partial echo of the warmth, breathing rhythm, and ambient companionship that human sleep evolved expecting from other humans specifically, even though a pet obviously cannot provide the same complex social and biological trust signals that another human presence once did. Research on pet co-sleeping has found genuinely measurable, if modest, associations with improved subjective sleep comfort for many owners, even alongside some measurable increases in minor sleep disruption from animal movement, suggesting the psychological comfort of companionable presence may, for many people, meaningfully outweigh its practical costs. Modern romantic partnership and the widespread cultural expectation that committed couples will share a bed nightly likely represents the most direct and most widely practiced surviving echo of the ancient communal sleep system this story has described, narrowed down from an entire trusted band or community to a single trusted individual, but still operating at the level of underlying biology through largely the same mechanisms, the same oxytocin release, the same co-regulation of breathing and heart rate, the same measurable reduction in stress markers associated with trusted physical proximity during sleep that researchers have documented in studies of co-sleeping couples compared to individuals sleeping alone. Taken together, these modern adaptations, white noise, weighted blankets, pets curled at the foot of the bed, the deeply ingrained cultural expectation of shared adult sleeping space, suggest that the ancient need this entire story has traced did not simply vanish when housing arrangements changed. It persisted, quietly, beneath the surface of modern life, finding whatever partial substitutes the modern environment could offer, even as the original, fuller version of the system, an entire trusted community sleeping together around a shared fire became, for most people living today, an arrangement preserved only in the deep, inherited architecture of the nervous system itself, rather than in just any lived nightly reality. This is not a call to abandon modern privacy or modern housing in favour of some imagined return to communal sleeping arrangements that most people today, raised within entirely different cultural expectations, would likely find uncomfortable or impractical to adopt. It is instead simply an invitation to understand something true and often overlooked about your own body, lying wherever it happens to be lying tonight. That whatever sense of comfort or whatever subtle unease you may feel as you drift towards sleep is being processed, at least in part through machinery built across an almost unimaginably long stretch of evolutionary time, machinery that still, even now, quietly checks for fire, for breath, for the particular ancient signals of trusted company nearby. It is worth considering how certain modern lifestyle patterns may inadvertently increase the mismatch this chapter has been describing. Beyond simply the shift towards solitary bedrooms, the widespread practice of working long hours away from family and community, commuting significant distances that limit shared evening time, and increasingly conducting social interaction through digital screens rather than direct, embodied physical presence, all represent further departures from the conditions under which the ancient trust-building machinery described throughout this story originally evolved to operate. Digital communication, however valuable in other respects, simply cannot deliver the same scent, touch, synchronized breathing, and accumulated physical proximity that this machinery appears to specifically require in order to fully recalibrate its underlying sense of safety. Researchers studying the relationship between social isolation and sleep quality have found that even brief, deliberate increases in face-to-face social contact, structured programs encouraging regular in-person gathering among isolated individuals, can produce measurable improvements in subsequent sleep quality, improvements that appear within weeks rather than requiring years of accumulated relationship building. This suggests that, while the deepest, fullest version of ancient trust-based sleep likely required the kind of sustained, lifelong proximity typical of small ancestral bands, even modest, modern efforts to increase genuine social connection may meaningfully activate at least some portion of this same ancient calming machinery. This finding offers a genuinely practical, hopeful note within an otherwise largely historical and biological discussion. The ancient system this story has traced did not disappear when human societies changed their housing arrangements, and it does not require a literal return to communal fire circles in order to be meaningfully engaged. Simple, regular, embodied social contact, shared meals, physical proximity with trusted others, unhurried conversation before the day's end, all appear capable of activating, at least partially, the same underlying biological pathways that once made deep, trusting sleep possible for early human bands gathered around a shared hearth. Understanding this connection may offer a useful, gentle perspective for anyone who has ever noticed that sleep comes more easily after a warm, connected evening spent among trusted people compared to an evening spent in isolation, even when external circumstances, the bed, the room, the available hours for rest remain otherwise identical. That difference is not imagined. It reflects real, measurable biological processes built across an extraordinarily long evolutionary history, still quietly running, still quietly responsive, every single night to the particular quality and depth of connection available in the hours just before sleep finally arrives. It is worth noting too that certain modern architectural and design trends, sometimes discussed under broad headings like co-housing or intentional community living, represent a more deliberate, conscious attempt to recreate at least some elements of the older communal living arrangements this story has described, while still preserving the genuine benefits of modern individual privacy. These arrangements typically combine private individual sleeping quarters with substantial shared common space, shared meals, and deliberately designed opportunities for regular low-stakes social contact among residents, an arrangement that, considered through the lens of this story, attempts to strike a deliberate balance between the ancient biological need for trusted proximity and the genuine, hard-won modern benefits of individual autonomy and privacy. Early research examining well-being and sleep quality among residents of such intentional communities has found generally favourable results compared to more isolated modern living arrangements, though the research base remains considerably smaller and less robust than the studies of traditional hunter-gatherer sleep discussed in earlier chapters. Even with that caveat, these emerging findings offer a hopeful, practical thread worth holding on to: suggestion that the ancient need this entire story has traced need not require choosing between full modern privacy and full ancestral communal exposure, but might instead be honoured through more moderate, deliberately designed combinations of both, tailored to the particular needs and preferences of contemporary life. Return for a moment to the image this story began with: a small group lying down together beneath an open sky 300,000 years ago. None of them locking any door, none of them standing eternal guard, each one trusting the others enough to surrender, almost completely, to the deepest and most defenceless hours a body can know. That image is not a romantic invention. It is, as carefully as the available evidence allows it to be reconstructed, something close to an accurate picture of how an enormous portion of human history was actually lived, night after night, for far longer than any written record can reach. Everything explored across this story: fire pushing back the ancient darkness, oxytocin slowly recalibrating who counted as safe, the careful geometry of sleeping circles arranged around a shared hearth, the staggered, largely unconscious vigilance distributed naturally across a group's own internal diversity, the layered sensory reassurance of breath and scent and warmth, language's remarkable capacity to accelerate trust between true strangers. All of it together represents one of the quieter, less celebrated achievements of human evolution, easily overshadowed by more dramatic developments like tool use, language itself, or the eventual rise of agriculture and cities, and yet arguably just as foundational to everything that followed. Consider what becomes possible only once a species can reliably trust unrelated individuals enough to sleep, fully and deeply, beside them. Large-scale cooperation, the kind required to build mammoth bone dwellings, to coordinate complex group hunts, to maintain trade networks spanning hundreds of miles, to eventually build cities and civilizations populated by countless individuals who will never personally know more than a small fraction of their neighbours. All of it ultimately depends on a foundation of extended, generalized trust that almost certainly first had to be tested, refined, and proven safe in the most vulnerable arena imaginable, the shared, undefended hours of sleep itself. It is worth sitting gently with the strangeness and the quiet significance of this idea. Long before any formal law, any written contract, any spoken promise carried real weight, trust between unrelated humans had to first be proven somewhere, and it seems entirely plausible that the sleeping circle lit by firelight was among the very first places that proof was repeatedly, successfully demonstrated. A group that could sleep safely together, night after night, had already shown, in the most basic and most consequential way possible, that they could be relied upon. Everything more complicated that human cooperation eventually built may rest, ultimately, on that much older foundation. There is something worth carrying forward from this story into your own night tonight, whatever form that night happens to take. The particular comfort you may feel settling into sleep, whether beside another person, beside a pet, surrounded by familiar sounds, or simply within walls and a bed that have come, through repetition, to feel reliably safe, is not separate from this ancient story. It is the same ancient story, still unfolding, still running through the same deep biological pathways that first developed around firelight on the open plains of an unrecorded prehistoric night. 25 distinct and remarkable details from this deep history are worth holding on to as this story draws toward its close. Small fragments of fact gathered from research across archaeology, anthropology, and sleep science, each one a quiet point of genuine, hard-won human knowledge. Unihemispheric sleep allows dolphins and many birds to rest one half of the brain while the other remains alert. Frigate birds have been recorded sleeping in brief bursts while still airborne over open ocean. Meerkats maintain a rotating, individually assigned sentry whenever the colony rests or forages. chimpanzees construct an entirely new sleeping nest nearly every single night of their lives, a skill refined through years of juvenile practice. The earliest strong evidence for habitually maintained, repeated fire use at hearths dates to roughly 1 million years ago, with much broader evidence appearing from around 400,000 years onward. Nearly every studied terrestrial vertebrate carries an instinctive, unlearned aversion to open flame, making humanity's eventual comfortable proximity to fire a genuinely significant evolutionary departure. Oxytocin release is closely tied to physical proximity and repeated positive social contact, and appears to directly reduce activation in the brain's primary threat detection center, the amygdala. The first night effect, a measurable reduction in deep and REM sleep quality during a first night spent in any unfamiliar environment, has been documented repeatedly in modern sleep laboratories, offering a small present-day echo of much older evolutionary caution. Structures uncovered at Terre Marta in southern France, dating back roughly 400,000 years, suggest communal shelters built around a shared central hearth. Large communal dwellings built partly from mammoth bone, dating to the Upper Paleolithic, have been documented at multiple sites in Central Europe and Russia, some incorporating remains from a dozen or more individual mammoths. Isotopic analysis at certain ancient burial sites has revealed individuals who were not biologically related to others buried alongside them, yet who received indistinguishable funerary treatment. REM sleep, despite leaving the body in a state of near-total muscular paralysis, occupies between roughly 20 and 25% of total sleep time in healthy human adults, a notably high proportion compared to many other mammals. Many prey animals facing significant predation pressure show dramatically reduced REM sleep, sometimes lasting mere seconds per episode, compared to the extended REM periods typical of humans. Researcher Jerome Siegel's landmark field studies of the Hadza, San and Simane found average nightly sleep durations of roughly 6 to 7 hours, considerably shorter than many popular assumptions about pre-industrial sleep. None of the 3 pre-industrial communities studied by Siegel's team had a dedicated word for chronic insomnia as a persistent complaint. Individuals in those same communities typically remained socially active for roughly 3 hours after sunset before settling into sleep, a window of firelit conversation preceding rest. Sleep and wake timing in these communities tracked gradual nighttime temperature decline more closely than the simple presence or absence of daylight. Detailed tracking within Hadza camps found that at nearly every point across an entire night, at least one camp member remained at least briefly awake, with no single moment in which the whole group was simultaneously unconscious. Natural variation in individual sleep timing, sometimes called chronotype, may itself function as an inherited trait shaped by ancient pressure towards staggered low-effort group vigilance. Infants and young children wake frequently through the night, across virtually every studied human population, incidentally contributing scattered, unpredictable wakefulness to any camp containing them. Sleep architecture naturally grows lighter and more fragmented with age, a pattern some researchers connect to the broader evolutionary grandmother hypothesis regarding extended human longevity. Anthropologists have documented fictive kinship, the deliberate extension of family terminology and family-level trust to unrelated individuals across an overwhelming majority of studied hunter-gatherer societies worldwide. Coordinated group ritual activities, including synchronized singing and dancing, have been shown in modern research to measurably increase oxytocin release among participants who had no prior relationship before the ritual began. Heart rate variability and breathing rate show measurable tendencies toward unconscious synchronization between individuals sleeping in close, trusted physical proximity. Modern co-sleeping research has found measurable reductions in cortisol alongside corresponding increases in oxytocin among individuals sharing sleep space with a trusted partner. Private, individually occupied bedrooms remained a marker of considerable wealth and status across most of recorded history, becoming a widespread mainstream expectation only within the past century or so across much of the industrialized world. And finally, modern practices like white noise machines, weighted blankets, and the near-universal cultural expectation that romantic partners share a bed nightly all appear to function, at least in part, as partial, instinctive substitutes for the much older, fuller system of communal trust this entire story has traced. 25 facts gathered from research stretching across continents and across hundreds of thousands of years, and yet every single one of them ultimately points back toward the same quiet, central truth. Trust, for a species as physically vulnerable as ours, was never a small or incidental achievement. It was a precondition for survival itself, built slowly, repeatedly, generation after generation, around firelight, around shared breath, around the simple accumulated proof that the people lying nearby could be relied upon through the deepest and most undefended hours anybody ever faces. It is worth considering finally how this entire story connects back to a question raised gently in its very first chapter, the question of why sleep exists at all, given how dangerous it has always been. The full answer, drawn together now from everything explored across this long narrative, suggests that sleep's persistence across the animal kingdom reflects something deeper than simple metabolic necessity alone. It reflects an ongoing evolutionary negotiation, repeated independently across an enormous range of species, between the undeniable biological need for rest and the equally undeniable biological danger of unconsciousness, a negotiation that every sleeping lineage on Earth has had to resolve in its own particular way, through divided brains, through rotating centuries, through burrows and shells and overwhelming numbers, and, in the case of one unusually social, unusually vulnerable primate, through fire, trust, and the patient, accumulated architecture of belonging. What makes the human resolution to this ancient negotiation so remarkable is not that it eliminated vulnerability entirely. Nothing ever fully does that, not for any species, not even now. What makes it remarkable is that it transformed vulnerability into something shareable, something that could be distributed gently across many willing bodies rather than carried alone by any single exhausted watcher. A predator approaching a human camp in deep prehistory was not simply facing one defenseless sleeper. It was facing a circle, a fire, a staggered web of partial wakefulness, and an accumulated history of mutual reliance that no single animal, however strong or fast, could easily overcome. That transformation, vulnerability shared rather than vulnerability endured alone, may be one of the truest definitions of what trust actually is, stripped down to its oldest and most practical biological foundation. Here is a question worth carrying gently with you as this story draws to its close. Not one requiring an answer tonight, simply one worth holding. What does it actually take, in your own life, for you to feel safe enough to fully let go into sleep? And how much of that quiet calculation even now traces back to instincts far older than memory itself? Thank you so much for watching. If you'd like to see more videos like this, please consider leaving a like and subscribing to the channel, as it really helps us continue making more content. Anyways, see you in the next one. Let the fire in this story burn low now, the way every fire eventually does, embers dimming slowly into a soft, settled glow that needs no more tending. The circle around it is quiet. The breathing nearby is steady. Nothing more needs to happen tonight. The ancient watchfulness that once had to scan the dark for danger has already done its work, layer by layer, century by century, and tonight it has nothing left to do but rest alongside you. Feel the weight of your own body sinking a little further into whatever is holding it right now. Your shoulders, your jaw, your hands, all of it slowly letting go. The way bodies have let go beside trusted company for longer than language has existed to describe it. There is nowhere else to be. There is nothing left to watch for. The old careful parts of your mind that once needed proof of safety have already received it, over and over across every safe night that came before this one. Somewhere far back across deep time, a small group of ancestors closed their eyes beside people who were not quite family and trusted that the morning would still find them whole. It did, and that quiet, accumulated trust travelled forward, generation after generation, fire after fire, until it reached you here now, in whatever room or quiet corner you are resting in tonight. You are allowed to let go the way they finally learned to let go. Let your breathing slow. Let your thoughts loosen and drift apart, no longer needing to hold together into anything as organised as a sentence. The dark outside this moment is not the dark our ancestors once feared. It is simply night, the same gentle, ordinary night that has followed every day since the very beginning, asking nothing more of you now than rest. Sleep well, let the story end here softly the way every good fire eventually settles into quiet, glowing rest. If you like this video, let me know where in the world you're watching from and what time it is. I'm always curious about that. And if you have a suggested topic, feel free to leave it in the comments.